Hello everyone, welcome into our latest live broadcast. Where's my video? There I am. Today it is the 29th of May. Wait, 29th? We've gotten to nearly the end of May. Oh, wasn't it May 1st yesterday? Well, I guess keep busy, staying out of trouble. Time flies when you're having fun. May 29th, it's Friday, 2026. My name is CareyHolzman. Today we've got a mini PC to review that is being brought to you by our friends over in our chat room that are all in green, as well as from our friends over at VIP-URCDKEys. That's where I go to get my Windows and Microsoft Office license codes. And all of the information is down below. Every video I do, if you look in the video description, so for example, bring up this video, and if you look underneath the title and underneath my name, you'll see the number of views and things like that in this little box. You click on more, and that's the video description. That contains all the links for everything we talk about in the video, products we're reviewing, and the links for the license keys that I buy at the same price as you do for my customers, for my business. So the links are provided for you, but they're not, you don't have to use those links. You can just go to VIP-URCDKEys and search for what you want, but that'll take you longer if you want to do it that way. When you click to add something to your cart, it's going to ask you to sign in first. Sign up is free. They just need to be able to know where to send a receipt and a product key securely and privately. That's it. And then once you've created that, you can then add it to your cart. And you can pay that price if you want to, which is still a good price, or you can save 25% by putting my name in the coupon or promotion code area and watch that price drop by a quarter. By 25%. So that's it. Submit your order and then decide how you want to pay for it. There's lots of payment options. And then follow the on-screen prompts to complete your payment as you would any other online purchase, and hit the Pay Now button. Within about 2 minutes, you're going to get an email. And it doesn't matter what time of the day or night, weekend or holiday, it's 24/7, 365. It's consistent. I've ordered enough keys from them. You don't have to wait. Key will arrive along with instructions if you don't know what the process is. If you were already set up with your Microsoft Office or your Windows and all you need is the activation key, which is usually my circumstance, I just need the key. All of that information from downloading the installation files directly from Microsoft and your activation key are all in that email. Should you lose the email, or if you're not getting it for some reason, be sure and log back into VIP-URCDKEys and check your account history, because it'll save that account history forever. So anytime you ever need that link or key ever again, it's important that you use a legitimate email and password, or you just locked yourself out. So just so you know. And we thank the folks over at VIP-URCDKEys for continuing to support us here. It's not a commission-based link, which means that it doesn't matter to me if you buy it or not. I'm just trying to save you some money and some headaches. But what you do is up to you. This is what I use in case you're curious. And yeah, that's absolutely true. This is exactly how I buy my keys for my clients. They're 100% legal. And you get up to 6 months of free support should you have any issues, which almost never happens. And when it does happen, they always take care of me. And they've taken care of all you guys too, from the stories I've heard. But if you need to, if you're running into any problems, you can always fall back to let me know, because I will always, you know, if I'm talking this confidently about a product and I'm not willing to stand behind it, then if I were you, I wouldn't buy it. Any content creator that wants to sit there and promote something but then tell you if you have a problem with it, too bad, I won't help you, that's all you should need to hear. We don't do that here. I couldn't do that in my real life business and still have a business. Why would a customer do business with me like that? But content creators are a different breed, and they don't necessarily understand business, and they don't necessarily understand in any depth the subject matter that they're talking about outside of being hobbyists. And it's bizarre. It's very bizarre that there are two different worlds in the world of computer technology. You know, I've been working professionally in this field for 35 years. I started professionally in 1991. It was a hobby throughout the 80s. So I'm really closer to 46 years in this business, except 11 of those years were just me messing about. It's a shame when you try and help an enthusiast as a professional and they say, well, all my friends, say you're wrong. But none of your friends are professionals, so you don't want to learn. You want to stay ignorant because it offends your emotions and you don't want the facts. Go have fun on social media, have fun on Twitter, have fun on YouTube, have fun on TikTok, and you guys can just follow the blind leading, the blind following the blind. It keeps you happy. You're emotionally invested. I have no interest in discussing anything with people like that. When people want facts and they're willing to set their emotions aside to know the truth, I love those people. I embrace them wholeheartedly. And I give everyone the benefit of the doubt. So when I'm on social media and I see somebody's following some stupid trend that's absolutely not true in the real business world, I let them know. And when they push back, I go, well then, dig your heels in and defend your ignorance. You won't get any smarter. That's not my problem. And I won't spend any more time with them, But generally just kind of say, hey, listen, maybe someday you'll get an actual job in IT, and then we'll have a good laugh about what you just said at some point, once you realize in the real world things don't work the way they do in social media. And it's just walk away. It's just like they want to stay ignorant. They'll fight for it. They will fight you for it. Imagine doing that to a doctor or a mechanic, telling them how to do their job, telling them they're wrong. Take your business somewhere else. And especially when you're offering it for free, that's even more insulting, that you reach out a hand and they smack it away. It was an offer to help you up, I wasn't trying to hit you or insult you. I was trying to help lift you. And you smack my hand away, stay on the ground. I don't care. Now walk away, turn my back to you, never see you again. I want you to be aware that this is frequent on the internet, but it doesn't so much happen in the real working life of a computer technician. Thankfully, there are some computer technicians, just a handful, here on YouTube. And if you listen to them, you're going to find what they say does not align with what the enthusiasts say, more so than not. And if you want to know who's right and who's wrong, the one earning the living from it is the one who's right, in my opinion. The one who's just having fun spending money and playing games, they're living in their own world where they don't have to answer to anybody except look for the approval of their peers that they never even met in most cases on the internet, looking for that approval, constantly seeking it out. And I'm of a generation where you earn the approval, you don't buy it. So if you were looking for approval in I don't know, say you're in school and they're picking, your classmates to divide up into two teams, and you're the last to be picked. How does that make you feel? But I'll tell you what, no matter how much you spend on clothes, no matter how much you spend on your looks, if you can't play the game, you're still going to get picked last. And yet, if you do a really good job and you're very good at that game, you won't be picked last ever again. But you can't buy that. You have to want it hard enough, bad enough to put the work in. If you don't want to put the work in and all you want to do is spend some money to make up for your lack of talent, that doesn't work in the real world. But it does work online on the internet. And if you get caught into that little trap, there's no getting out of it. Basically, you just have to wake up one day and realize what you're doing is stupid and a waste of money. And usually it does come around for most people. They don't do that their whole lives. They end up either running out of money or they get bored, because at some point when you're just preaching to the choir, and you realize things just aren't right, and eventually have an open mind enough to try what the experts tell you, suddenly things start to make more sense, and then you'll realize how you've been tricked all this time. So for each and every one of us, we're on our own path and our own journey to get there, and I'm just here to try and set an example. What you choose to do with it is on you. And if I was doing this wrong, it doesn't explain how I've had a career this long, right? When you do something for yourself and you make a mistake, nobody knows. It's just you, and it's your problem. When you work on your car and you forget a tool under the hood, and you're driving and you hear something, and you're like, what was that? Nobody knows of your humiliation and embarrassment and in making a simple mistake. I wouldn't call it incompetent. We all make mistakes. But when you make mistakes, when you have to answer to people above you who are very aware of your mistakes, and if you're making more mistakes than your coworkers because they're also reviewing your coworkers and comparing you to your coworkers, you may not have a job very long if you just aren't keeping up with everybody else. But when you've got nobody else to keep up with but strangers online in your own imagination, I'm sure that's a lot of fun because there's no consequence, no real consequence. When you work for somebody else and you screw up, you can shut down an entire corporation that can lose tens of thousands of dollars a minute. So when a hobbyist who has no consequences and answers to nobody but their peers online wants to argue with a professional, you can understand how absurd that is. You'd have to be completely clueless to even consider such a thing. So then the professional is usually the one that doesn't engage in that any further. And that's another way you can tell a professional from a hobbyist. The professional says, my time has value. If you don't value it, I'll spend it somewhere else. Have a nice day. I tried. The hobbyist will sit there and argue with you for weeks over something that's stupid and meaningless and could be easily proven in most cases in under 10 minutes. But that's the fun that the hobbyists have. The fun that the professionals have is cashing in at the bank. So you can spend money and have fun, or you can have fun and make money. That's all. But if you want to make money, you're going to be held accountable to everything you do. You will be measured and audited on a regular basis. You may be promoted or given a raise if you're as good as you think you are. You might find yourself out of a job if you're not as good as you think you are, but reality says otherwise. You can't argue with reality. I don't care what anybody says. That's delusional. But regardless of that, that's the difference, and it's a very large gap between the two sides. And I'm trying to bridge them together. I'm trying to say, look, if you want to be an enthusiast, don't you want to be the best enthusiast you can be? Or do you just want to hop on the bandwagon, no matter if it's driving off the edge of a cliff or not, just to be a part of something? I don't want to ride a bandwagon off the edge of a cliff. I'd rather say, all you people on this bandwagon are morons, and it was nice knowing you. Good luck. Jump off as soon as possible. Save yourself. Don't worry about saving others, because where they're going, it's a one-way trip. So unless they wise up between now and then and change their path, they're voluntarily consenting to allowing themselves to hear what they want to hear, because it's an emotional part of it. That's computers don't have any emotions, by the way. They're not sad, they're not angry, they're not happy. They're just computers. And so to treat it any other way, I think is a bit disconnected. It's sort of like a child with a doll, that they think the doll is real. Adults don't usually do that. So with that in mind, I'm glad to see there are enthusiasts that enjoy their hobby and they want to share it with others. I just wish more of them would embrace fact instead of feelings, but doesn't affect my career either way. In fact, if anything, it probably makes my career even more successful, to be honest. And we don't need more technicians crowding the space. That would make it harder for me to find work, wouldn't it? But honestly, I'd rather make the world a better place than just profit from it. But all I can do is tell you about some of the frustrations and some of the attempts that I have made to try and help people. And eventually the day will come where I'm just done trying to help people, unless they specifically reach out to me. If I see a question in a forum and I know how to answer it, I'm just not going to answer it anymore. It's not worth it, not unless I'm getting paid. And usually hobbyists will get there as well. They'll get frustrated just trying to help somebody who tells them they're wrong, and they don't want to hear it, and they might not be wrong. And then this whole thing kind of comes around full circle. No one's immune from it. But when customers are paying me for my work, they usually say thank you, and they pay me. That's the difference. So, trying to make the world a better place by helping people with information that they don't want to hear is frustrating for them, and it's frustrating for me. And unfortunately, I can't tell the sincere people who are open-minded from the insincere people that are closed-minded until you engage with them. And more often than not, they're closed-minded. So if they don't get there on their own, they don't want your hand to guide them. But at the same time, they're asking for a hand to help. Well, that's why you get paid for this job, because people don't do that when they pay you for it. Anyway, today we're looking at a new mini PC we haven't looked at before from GMKtec. We bought this using funds that come in from the channel through our memberships and all of the generosity we received from so many of our community members with Amazon gift cards, like our friend Buster, who sent in his usual $14 Amazon gift card instead of a super chat. And the frequency of that is such that it adds up quite quickly, and we can't thank Buster enough for his generosity, but more importantly for his friendship and his kindness. But also, many of you have contributed very generously on top of membership, and I can't tell you just how much that means to me. And it's because of you guys that we're able to go out and purchase this unit. Now, I purchased these based on my own judgment. There's no incentive for me to buy this other than I think it'll be a good deal. I don't know if it's a good deal until I have it and review it. GMKtec and AOO Star and Miniswarm are really leading the way on value. Other mini PC manufacturers you should be very concerned about. I saw Asus released a new mini PC for $1,700. I don't know what drugs they're on. It's not a laptop, it's just a mini PC. And I think companies like Asus are going to have a really hard time competing in the future, because if you can't tell the difference between an Asus computer and an Ace Magic computer, and there's a $600 price difference and otherwise they're the same, maybe Asus is going to give you better support, maybe. I just don't think it's worth the extra money that Asus is putting on it. And I don't really see any of them in the wild. I don't know who's buying these, but I haven't met anybody who is. They're just way too expensive. And if it's essentially the exact same thing, if it was only a $20 or $30 or $40 difference, you'd say, oh, well, you know, pay the extra Asus tax on it is not fine. But when the Asus tax is 30–40%, oof, no, thank you. And I think they're in for hard times. I really do. Because when you have a company like GMKtec, let's take this machine for example. This is going to be, the example I gave on Asus is the latest, newest, greatest thing, right? $1,700. That's without an SSD or an operating. So you're still not even done at $1,700. But it's top of the line, you know, their latest and greatest. This won't be. And of course, anything that's latest and greatest is going to cost more, regardless. Also, just because a computer says it has a warranty and support, until you actually try to use it, you might find out it's not there. We recently reviewed a company called ADreamer, and it's a solidly nice built computer, easy to get into, very upgradable, and the company will not respond to an email. So we've tried emailing them a couple of times. They will not even acknowledge they've received our email. We are being ghosted by them. So what does this mean? Well, it's important to have the information. I don't care if ADreamer wants to respond to my email or not. If they choose to ignore customers, they're probably not going to be in business very long. But what that means is, as long as you know that going into it, if you say, well, I'm aware that if I buy this computer from ADreamer on Amazon, I have a 30-day return period. I have a supposed 1-year warranty that will, there's no way for you to honor that warranty if they won't return your email. And if you have any questions or for support needs, you can email them all day. You're welcome to send emails to them. They have a couple of email addresses and they equally ignore all of them. So as long as you're okay with that, you're willing to roll the dice and say, this computer is very well built and it's very aggressively priced, I'm willing to take the risk, and you buy so knowingly. Just like AliExpress or Facebook Marketplace or a garage sale. You're not going to get a warranty. It's just that they lie to you. They say that they have 24/7 support. It's been 10 days. That's a lot longer than 24/7. Not so much as a peep. We've emailed from 2 different email addresses in case one's, ours is getting caught in spam. And we emailed to 2 different email addresses in case somebody's on vacation or an email address isn't monitored. The result was the same. Complete and total darkness. Complete just being ignored. What a shame if you've got a good quality product at a great price, but somebody won't buy it, because what happens if 3 months from now the machine won't turn on and I'm under warranty. What do? You lost the bet. Go buy another one. So if you buy 2 of them, right, so that you have spare parts or a spare machine to cover your own warranty, suddenly the price attraction is gone now, because for that money you could get a better computer with support. So it's up to you as the buyer to make your decision, but I want you to have all the information. That's why I do these videos. If I were going to sell an A-Dreamer to a customer, I would buy 2 of them. One as a backup and one to the customer. And that wouldn't make sense for just one. If the customer says, Carey, I want 6 of these or something, I'd say even more than 3 of them, I'd say let's order 4. Because when they break, if they break, we will get no support from this company. In the end, will that save us money? Well, the more of them you buy at this price, and they appear to be built really well, the more money you save, therefore making yourself your own warranty could actually save money and be faster regardless. So it's up to you to decide if you want to do that, and under the circumstances it could make sense. Our friend Andy has decided he wants to buy the A-Dreamer from us. In fact, he already has. So I think I'm pretty well done with them. I've given up. I'll leave it in Amazon review to warn people that they will not answer emails and you'll get no support and you'll have no way to honor the warranty because of it. And if you still want to buy it, it's a good machine. I like it. I just don't like the people that make it. I don't like being ignored, especially when they've invited me to reach out to them, and then I do, and they don't answer me. That's two-faced, hypocritical, and lying. And I don't feel good about being lied to when I gave them my hard-earned money. So that being said, it's still a good mini PC. And I mean, as long as it doesn't have any problems, I have no reason to call contact support. But it sure is nice and reassuring to know that they'll respond if you need them. Because let's face it, even if they're responding right now, it's too little too late. If I have a customer with a computer problem 10 days ago, what does my customer just tell all of their customers, I can't help you, my system's down for 10 days? They won't have a business anymore. This isn't a joke. So to be treating it that way is very unprofessional, and it seems like it's callous and selfish and disconnected from their own sense of success, because you're just never going to grow your company that way. If you want to close a company down, that's a good way to start. And if they don't correct it, they probably won't be around much longer. That's my prediction. It only takes a handful of pissed off people to get on every social media site, and one person will post it 45 times in different posts, Facebook, TikTok, everybody. So the equivalent of pissing off 10 people is like pissing off 450 people. Because that's the appearance it gets online, is it's bigger than it actually is. And then when websites like Tom's Hardware pick up on that, and then they post it and they start sharing stories, it's going to be a PR nightmare, and probably not one they can survive if they're already that small. So that's why we review them, because I said, hey, the A-Dreamer looks like a solid value. And it appeared to be right up until we didn't get an activated Windows, and we asked why or if we could get one, and they ignored us. And then we tried a different email address, and they still ignored us. Just keep that in mind. Star responded to us the same day, and we had their machine that also did not have a Windows license key, and they said, oh yeah, all you have to do is email us. We're happy. Here you go. We just request that you email us. And in my case, they saw my video, but I think in most cases they would ask for proof of purchase, right? Because they're not just handing out licenses at their expense. And they were fast, they were responsive, they were fast. So given a choice between A-Dreamer, Star, obviously Star, 5 stars. They put the stars in Star. And A-Dreamer puts the dreaming in getting any support. Now, as far as GMKtec goes, I don't think we've needed to contact their support for anything. They've been very good as far as the quality of the machines and everything working like we expect. So we haven't had any reason to reach out to them. So I couldn't tell you how good their support is, since we've never needed it. But if there is a change in that, I'll let you know. We've looked at several from AOO Star, several minis, as well as GMKtec, and of course our friends at Minis Forum. Minis Forum nails support. They're fantastic. And they've got more variety than everybody else. But GMKtec is a bit more popular, especially on Amazon if you're looking for the most popular, most sold mini PCs. They're not the good ones. They're the cheapest ones. And this is consumerism 100%. Consumers overall will buy the cheapest thing. They will not buy the best thing. So, well, some do. What I'm saying is the large numbers that you're looking at. If you're wondering, I wonder what is the top selling mini PC on Amazon, I can almost guarantee you it's going to be Camrui or Ace Magic. It's going to be very low RAM, very low storage, and overall pretty slow. And it'll probably be, you know, under the more under $300 it is, the higher number of units they're selling. Almost guaranteed. So people say what they want, you know, I want this amazing computer, but then when it actually comes to open up your wallet and put your money where your mouth is, more times than not, they're walking out with a subpar mini PC at a very low price because they're all talk and they don't have the money to back up their wishes. So, you know, that's what you got to realize is how much people lie online, right? They'll be snobs online, but when you find out what they're using to write their snobbish comment may be the very thing they're claiming is beneath them. So that's very, very common online. People have been doing this my whole life. People that appear to have money and you find out that they're massively in debt. They've got final notices being sent. They've got repossessions, maybe even a broken, failed relationship due to bad money decisions. But you wouldn't know that because by all outward appearances, they appear to be doing better than you, when in fact, you're doing much better than they are. So this is more of the same with that kind of thing that goes on in society. But, you know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's just people are salesmen, right? They're trying to sell themselves to the community, whatever it is, right? To the public. They're looking to be admired or respected, and they're doing that by putting themselves in debt to people they've never met and may not even like if they meet them. And it ruins their whole lives. Eventually it catches up with them. So they have a few good years where everything looks good, but then it's not sustainable and it all collapses. And it's a very difficult thing to get out from under. And I feel really bad for anybody who hasn't figured this out yet. But you know, it's hard to tell who's actually wealthy with lots of money in the bank and who bought their wealth, meaning they're renting their wealth, which is the least thing a person with that money can afford to do. You know, if you're barely making ends meet, it helps explain why. The one thing that keeps a lot of people from becoming rich is how much money they spend trying not to look poor. That's crazy. So if we find, when I'm looking on Amazon, if I find what looks like a pretty good deal, I want to bring it to your attention. And I want to be able to buy it so I can be honest about my review without any consequence, whether I like it or I don't. Any concerns I have as a computer technician that I would let a customer know before advising whether or not, you know, had they inquired to me, should we buy this computer? I'd have to evaluate it first. Without an evaluation, your guess is as good as mine. So that's what we're here to do today. This matches everything I think meets a good value. But until we put it on the desk and plug it in and turn it on, does the description match the reality? And at the end of that, do I recommend it or not? So to give you an idea of what we're looking at and why it's here, take a look at what an amazing value this appears to be. Because if all this is exactly as it seems, and there's no surprises, I wouldn't be surprised if these sell out. Let me go over to my window capture, and I'm going to take you over to, let's start at Amazon first, because that's where I bought this. So let me grab the Amazon page. Here it is. Okay. So check this out. a Core i7-1185. Now, just in case you're curious, how old is this chip? Let's open up a new tab and let's say release date. When did that chip come out? That chip came out about 5 years ago. Now, here's the thing. A 5-year-old chip today still runs pretty damn equivalent to a chip that just came out this year of an equivalent model. But this has depreciated in value because in general, people don't want the older technology because of the stigma. Well, no one would know, basically, if you didn't tell them, because this chip is quite fast. It almost hits 5 gigahertz. It'll turbo to 4.8. And at this $459.99 price, you're getting 16 gigs of DDR4 and a 512 gig NVMe drive with Wi-Fi 6, USB 4, Bluetooth 5.2, and it's got DisplayPort, HDMI, and 2.5 gig LAN. All right. Pretty good deal. Just buying 16 gigs of DDR4, just for funds. 16 gigs of DDR4 costs how much money today? It's going to be laptop RAM. That's desktop. So here you're at $215. That's all desktop. I guess I should signify it's got to be SODIMM. SODIMM RAM. And what are we looking at? Somewhere between $125 and $150. Here's something that's on sale from a company I've never heard of before for $85. But if you subtract the cost of the RAM and you subtract the cost of the storage, how much of that makes up this price here, which they claim is ordinarily $550, and they're got it, on a discount supposedly. Well, if you really want to know what the operating system, RAM, and storage are, one way to tell is there a way to buy this without the RAM and storage and operating system? Over at GMKtec's website, you'll see without the RAM and storage and operating system, it's $280. You see the value now? For an i7-1185G7 that can almost hit 5 gigahertz and USB 4? Right? Are you with me yet? You seeing it? 1-year warranty. Now they have a 7-day free return. With Amazon, it's 30 days free return. It might be a reason to buy it from Amazon, but it doesn't look like Amazon's selling the bare bones version. We did not buy the bare bones version. I bought what I just showed you from Amazon, and that's what's in front of us today. There's a little bit more on the specs. It's got dual M.2 slots. Why it says maximum up to 10 terabytes, there's no possible way. That's not even a thing. The storage doubles, so 512 gig doubles to 1 terabyte, doubles to 2 terabytes, doubles to 4, doubles to 8, doubles to 16, doubles to 32, doubles to 64 in the future, doubles to 128, doubles to 256, doubles to 512, doubles to 1 terabyte. That doubles again to 2, and around we go in circles. There's no way you get to 10. It's not a thing. So somebody screwed up or doesn't understand. Maybe they skipped math day at school. I don't know, but that's not a thing. Okay. Maximum should say up to 8 terabytes. Probably, no, I'll take it back. Maximum should say 16. Probably 2 8 terabyte drives. This is as big as you can buy. They don't make them any bigger for consumers. So the limitation's not in the device itself. It's the limitations in the size of storage. Manufacturing does not make a 10 terabyte drive, nor will they ever. Maybe you could do that with a mechanical drive. Well, not maybe. You absolutely could make a 10 terabyte mechanical. You cannot make a 10 terabyte solid state drive. All right, DDR4 up to 64 gigs. Again, these aren't limits with the computer. They're limits to the maximum size memory that you can buy. That's all that exists today. So in the future, that could potentially change. But right now, probably not, especially with RAM doing what it's doing in pricing. But regardless of that, it's Wi-Fi 6, dual SODIMM slots, so the RAM is not soldered in, anything like that. A little bit on Cinebench scores. Here's the inside of it, right? There's your RAM. Then you've got Oh, the second M.2 is only a 2242. So this has a different limitation currently. I don't know if maybe that's how they got to 10 terabytes, is they said, well, you could get that first one is 8, and the second one, maybe the largest, I don't know, I'd have to Google. What is the largest capacity 2242? If that's 2 terabytes is the maximum size, and if the 2280 maximum size is 8, then together that adds up to 10. And in which case, it's, oh, here it is right here. It says so, 8 terabyte NVMe and 2 terabyte SATA. Okay, that information would have been nice up higher up on the screen, but at least they include it for full disclosure. Now it all makes sense because you really only have one useful M.2 drive, in my opinion. We would never use this other one. One, it's too physically small. 2242 size drives are not as common. And SATA is about, well, if this is Gen 4, yeah, PCI Gen 4, that'll do 7,300 megabytes a second. And the best SATA will do is 550. So how many times does 550 go into 7,000? About 14 times. So that's about 14 times slower, this 2242, than that 2280. So why would you slow your computer down? You'd be better off getting a Gen 3 drive in an external enclosure and plugging into USB 4, and it'll smoke this all day long. So it's nice it's there, but I wouldn't use it personally. Scrolling down, just seeing more about how they're promoting this for office use. Yeah. And my earlier statement regarding the 10 terabyte assumed that they were both 2280s. That's why it should have set up above with some kind of explanation. But it was further down in the documentation here, or at least in the marketing materials. So at least it's there. I just wish it was more upfront. Okay, front of the unit, 2 USB Type A's. They're 3.2s. This does have a headphone jack, which a lot of mini PCs are starting to remove nowadays with everybody going Bluetooth. Same with phones, right? They kind of removed the 3.5 millimeter on all the most popular flagship phones, haven't they? You got 2 HDMI outputs. You've got an RJ45 2.5 gig. You've got USB 2 ports. I guess the top one is USB 2, the bottom one is 3.2. So be sure and use that top one for your keyboard or your mouse. Don't waste it. Don't waste a high-speed port on a keyboard or a mouse or a printer. You've got your Type-C right here, which says it supports data and video output. So that's how you're going to get a third monitor right out through there. And you only have that one. You don't have any more. Just one Type-C port. The fact that you get any at all at this price is incredible. So with that, let's get back over to camera 1, and let me say hello to everybody in our chat room. Where's my chat room? Here we go. Look at all the friends in green hanging out with us. I hope you're having a great Friday. Isaiah says hello. There's Johnny Weld and David Herzog, Sean Skinner, and Eddie Casanova, along with Scott Messerschmidt, our friend Buster, saying hello. Buster says the temperature in Edinburgh is 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 15.5 degrees Celsius. That sounds lovely. 60 sounds perfect. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Michael Lavelle says hello, along with Mark Baggett and Andy W6AD. Ben Laird, also from Scotland, says hello, and John Lewis from Brazil says hello. 3D Everything and Josh Kinder say hello in our chat room, along with Marsman50. Xander Vanderhoven joins us from the Netherlands, saying hello. Mad Durian pops in to say hello, along with Jim Kenny and Dazzle555 and Frank Jimmy. Frank says today he installed a TP-Link Deco XE75 AXE 5400 tri-band Wi-Fi 6E mesh system for a client, the 10th one I've installed. Nice. TP-Link just released a catalog of their Wi-Fi 8 routers due out in October. And it's a big snooze fest because Wi-Fi 8 is just basically Wi-Fi 7. That's all it is. We'll talk more about that in the fall. but they're the first router manufacturer I'm aware of to make the announcement to commit to, you know, here's what the product looks like. This will be the product family, and the very first products in this new family are scheduled to arrive in October, and they've got all the FCC clearances. So they're good to go to sell here in the United States. Oystein, joining us from Norway, says hello. There's Luke Greenia, our friend from Vermont, saying hello. Thomas Backenstow joins us. Welcome in, Thomas, along with W.E. Holmes, also joining us from Scotland. Richard DeFries says hello. There's our friend Mark Gaines. Anthony SF joining us as well. Brian Weber says hello. We got a full house today. That's awesome. There's our friend David Graham saying hello. Jose Lopez and Dustin Fuller joining us. Patrick Manny says hello as well. And the people that I'm referring to are joining us in our live chat. If you're not watching this video live, you're missing out on the community. This video is much more than just a video. We're a community. And the people who will not be a part of the community probably think these videos are too slow and long because you've basically isolated yourself away from the party. People are having a good time at the party, and you're standing in a corner and not interacting with anybody. So I can't imagine it's a good time for you. But while we're live, if you happen to be catching us live, just pop into the chat room and say hello and watch what happens. You can be socially awkward and uncomfortable. It's just the right thing to do to say hello. It's just polite. H-E-L-L-O. That's all you have to do. And the next thing you know, you don't want to miss the shows because these friends that you will make here in this community will be the only place you're going to find them to talk to them. That's how it happened for everybody in there now. All that's missing is you. So if you happen to be catching the show after it airs live, we're always broadcasting at 1 p.m. Phoenix time. So if you're available to join us in chat at that time, we are more than likely live and say hello. If there is no chat room, if there's only a comment section, then you're not watching a live video. It was recorded live and you're watching the playback. There's our friend Frankie B saying hello, along with Billy T from Vancouver. And Paul Vircher. Saheisen says hello. And I hope I said hello to everybody individually. And if I missed you, I apologize. You can always tell me in the chat, you missed me. I'm embarrassed when that happens, but I don't do it on purpose. So this is the mini PC right here, sealed, never been opened. Let's take a look. We are live, unscripted, and unrehearsed. So what's in this box is a brick, or it's broken. If it's damaged in any way, there's nothing I can do to hide that. All right, this is 100% transparent and honest. Even if I make a mistake and make myself look like a fool, that's because I'm a human being and I'm not too proud of it to want to edit it and take it out. Just so you know, that's not common on YouTube or anywhere. But that is the way real life works. When you work as a professional computer technician, especially when you're working in corporate America and you screw up, you better fix it and make sure it doesn't happen again. You can have other mistakes, just don't keep repeating the same mistake or you're going to find yourself without a job. All right. Here we go. Unboxing. Let's move this aside and let's get to the close-up camera. Come on. There we go. Get that out of my shot. Move that out of the way. So here's how it's packaged. They're going to put a sticker telling you don't plug this in or connect it to Wi-Fi until after you go through the whole Windows setup. Then when you get to the desktop, then get online and get your updates. Otherwise, you could be a while and there could be consequences. If you do it this way, there's never consequences, ever. There's no exception, unless something's obviously wrong with the computer. Look how teeny tiny this is, by the way. I mean, this is my mouse, for crying out loud. It's pretty small. That's a small computer. Or is it a big mouse? I don't know. Let's see what else do we have in the box. We've got some documentation that's in a little envelope here that looks like... Not sure how you're supposed to open it. I guess you just take it from that angle this way. Now, personally, I think this is a waste of paper. Nobody reads these. Very few people do. Just give us a QR code, which so many PC manufacturers can't do if they don't have a website. So if they have a website, there's no reason to double up like that. Finally, what's below? These little holes that are there to put your finger in so you can get the box out. If you're wondering, that's not there for looks. It's there so you can remove the items without ripping the box all to pieces. Let's see what we've got for accessories. We've got a laptop style power cable. We have a laptop style power brick, and a big one at that. Look at that bad boy. It's not one of those little compact ones. That's a regular size brick. Now the brick has the manufacturer of the brick on it, not GMKtec. So I would grab a label maker or a silver Sharpie marker, and I would write what this is for. Because in the future, when you go to move these things, if they get separated and all you have to go off of is this plug, a lot of things will take this size of plug. And if it's the wrong thing that you've plugged it into, it'll usually create a small fire. Whether or not it burns or just smoke comes out, you'll know either way that the product is damaged and it's not a warranty issue. And simply labeling this would avoid that problem from ever occurring. Larger manufacturers like Dell and HP, Lenovo, they always label their bricks. When you buy from the smaller brands, for whatever reason, it's uncommon for them to label. So it's up to you as the, to take care of yourself in that, which is not a big deal. You just don't want to find out about it after the fact and then ask me, what could I have done to prevent this? I'm telling you now. I have to get out my other glasses to read what the voltage is on this. It's probably 19. No, it's 20 volts, 5 amps. It's 100 watts. 100 watts. Okay. So what else do we have? Back to the accessories box, we've got a short HDMI cable. This is generally included when you can have a VESA mount and mount this behind your monitor or underneath your desk. That's what these two brass fittings are for. And this bracket, which includes the screws to secure it. I never ever have used these in my life, but it's included if you want to. I also don't use these because these kind of go together. I've seen some minis that include this little short cable, and who's this for? You don't want a little short cable unless you're trying to run a very short distance. And you also don't want a really long cable if you're trying to run a really short distance. This is only good if you need a short cable. And the only reason you should need a short cable is if you're mounting it somewhere very close or behind your monitor. Otherwise, I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. And finally, we get a card. Oh, there's the QR code right there for support. That's what they call a warranty card. The warranty card is not required for warranty. It's basically warranty information. That's all. Okay. So I'm going to throw this all back in here, including the power cable. We'll keep all that together because all we need for this review is the brick in the unit itself. So I'm going to just take all this and pop it back in here. Easier said than done. Put that back, and put that back. That's going to free up a lot of desk space. And I'll set it over here so you know what we're working on today in case you're just joining us or you've already forgotten. There is some film here on top of the machine. It's always important you remove that film. That's only to keep it safe from scratches or any damage, blemishes from shipping. It is highly recommended you remove that. The sticker on the back, we can remove it, but regardless of whether or not we remove it, you know that I'm not going to plug this into the internet until I get to the desktop. So I'm going to do that regardless of the sticker, and I'm glad to see more and more mini manufacturers making that announcement, because ultimately they create support calls for them that's completely unnecessary. Now, as far as the mini goes, it's very tiny. There's our ports. There's just ventilation on the sides. So you wouldn't want to put this on its side or you'll be blocking. There's no safe way. You either have to put it this way or you have to put it that way. Or you use the Visa bracket. There's 4 screws to open this up and get inside of it. But before we take a look inside, always turn a machine on and make sure it works before you modify it. Taste your food before you put salt on it. I'm just saying, this is just basic 101 stuff. If I open this up to look in it and this machine doesn't boot, did it boot before I opened it? How would I know? Well, this is how you know. Boot it up before you open it. Because if you have any warranty issues and you've opened it, that may come into question as to whether or not you invalidated your warranty, that you caused a problem and you don't even realize you did it. Or you didn't do anything wrong at all, but now you can't prove it. So the order of events is critical here on a new machine. Now, thankfully, Amazon is really easy on 30-day return policy. They don't care what the reason is. It's still a pain in the butt. And you should know if you caused the problem. And the fact is, if I open this up and take a look at it right now, and I put it back together and we have a problem getting it started, there's no possible way for me to know if I caused it or not. I could be innocent or I could be guilty. So in order to pursue the truth, in order to pursue undeniable facts, by following the precise order I'm telling you, everything goes much smoother. Therefore, it's faster, more efficient, and more reliable. That's why I do it. If you choose not to, that's your choice. But that's why I'm very strict on this. I've been burned too many times, and I'm done being burned. I'm tired of it. So now, if this doesn't turn on right now, we know that that was how it was sent, without doubt. Again, within 30 days, we could return it to Amazon regardless. It's still a massive inconvenience, even if you screwed it up and you remain ignorant of it, and you just cannot accept the fact that you did anything wrong, when in fact you did. Amazon will still take it back, and it's still a pain in the butt to have to, drop it off somewhere to send it back, and then, maybe you want an exchange and you want another one. Well, look how fast you got it done, huh? Proud of you. Now, instead of taking an hour, it's going to take 4 days. That's the way to speed things up, huh? Not in my world, but you can enjoy that if that's what you want. So anyway, that's the logic and the reasoning behind it. We take a little bit more time to go through things when it's brand new and unfamiliar to us to understand what we're working with before we make any changes. What's the first thing I do when a computer comes in for repair? Turn it on and verify the problem. We don't immediately open it up and start assuming everything the customer is telling us is accurate. Of course, you're going to be biased to think you did nothing wrong. Of course you are. And maybe you did do nothing wrong. But when you're the judge of you, I guess you can define your own punishment and say you're not guilty. It's a completely biased and twisted way to look at the world, but, it's just making life harder than it needs to be in my world. So let me grab a keyboard and a mouse and let's get this thing fired up. If for any reason it doesn't fire up or it doesn't work properly, I know I didn't cause, again, I know for a fact that that's how it came out of the box. We are not going to plug the internet into it until we get to the desktop. But we do need video output, so I'm going to grab my HDMI cable that runs over here to the streaming computer. We're going to plug that into either of the HDMI. It doesn't matter which one of these HDMI ports you use. And then the keyboard and the mouse, I will plug that in here. Now I know it says on the online description that this top USB port is USB 2, but it's blue just as pictured. I thought it was an error in the picture. And it says that it's USB 3.2. So that's pretty bizarre, since USB 3.2 would be in pairs. So you'd have your first pair in the front, your second pair in the back. It doesn't make sense to only have one and then have a separate USB 2 controller on top of that, which would also be a pair, to have only one. If there's one shortcoming of this, it's that it's shy of at least 1 or 2 USB ports. A lot of mini PCs these days will have about 6. This one has 5. So you've got 2 USB Type A's in the front, 2 Type A's in the back, and then the Type C in the back. You want more? You pay more. All right, so let's turn it on. There's a power light. And then let's jump over here to see this output and see that we're getting a proper power on self-test and go through the out-of-box experience. So far, so good. Working as expected. No surprises yet. I'm more likely expecting surprises on cheaper computers because they're cheaper computers. So imagine what a delight it'll be for me if all this shines through no differently than a $1,500 computer, that everything works the way it's supposed to, and that we didn't sacrifice any sort of quality or reliability at a cheaper price, as a lot of times you do. What happened to my video? It seems like running into a little bit of buffering issues here. I'm going to put myself back and put myself in a corner. And okay, our connection just got better again, so now it's dropping. We'll keep an eye on it. It seems like it's doing okay. Our connection to YouTube is struggling a little bit today, but not too bad. This is not plugged into the network, so it's not having any impact on our network. That's just coincidence. So this says the power is on, but my video went away. Let me unplug it and plug it back in again. So as a reminder, what if I open this up to show you guys, and then we did that, then I'd say, well, did I just cause the problem by opening it? Because I don't think I did. Now in this case, by unplugging the HDMI cable and plugging it back in, you'll see that the video came back. Sometimes I don't plug my cables in far enough. I'm a little too gentle with them. That could be my fault. But no big deal to unplug and plug in. Is a real simple diagnostic. And as you can see, that's as far as we needed to take it. So let me get rid of camera 1 now that we have the video feed. And we'll go to the projector here. There we go. Now I can see it. When I'm referring to the projector, it's what OBS calls my full-size view, full-screen view. We're going to continue in English. United States. US keyboard layout, and no secondary keyboard layout language. Accept the license agreement. And I'll put the username of user, enter, and enter a blank password just so we don't be bothered with that. I like to keep location settings on. This will keep our date and time always up to the, always accurate, as well as be helpful if you're trying to find your way somewhere and you want to know directions. You won't have to necessarily specify exactly where you are. Some people take their privacy concerns way over the top. I don't know who these people are, by the way. And it's not because they're private, it's because they're not famous, they're not popular, and no one really cares unless you are famous or popular. Some kind of a public figure. If you're not a public figure, you're not famous, you're not popular, you already have all the security and privacy you could possibly want because of that. Now, when you get famous or popular or a public figure, then things will change. Until then, it's all security theater. It's all a mental game that corporations are selling you things based on an idea, but not based on reality, because nobody cares, honestly. If you're not famous, if you get arrested, apart from the individuals that know you, it won't be in the news. Not being published on the newspapers or online. Nobody's going to even talk about it unless it's within your family or some close friends. Nobody else will know, and even if you did tell them, they wouldn't care. They have no point of reference to know who you are. I'd say that's pretty private, but all right, so we got the desktop up and running. Now at this point, let me bring back camera one. Now we can plug it in to the network so we can get internet to it. So let's do that right now. Or you could go on Wi-Fi, but I just, I run hardwired here since we're broadcasting live. And then you'll see those little ghosted start menu items. Those will fill in once it establishes a network connection and realizes, our IP address is from the United States. In Europe, many of these icons would be illegal to display. It would violate the GDPR laws there. And in other countries, there are other laws that I'm not familiar with, and Microsoft has to know them and abide by them if they want to do business in that country. And that is determined based on the IP address from your internet service provider. All right, let's get rid of camera one again, and let's take a look at the status of things here. First thing I want to know, let's go to right-click on the Start button, go to System. What version of Windows is this? Wow, we're pretty far behind. We're 24H2. Windows 25H2, Windows 11 25H2 came out last October. This is pretty old, but it is an older CPU, so it's possible this machine was made last year. And that at the time it was made, that was the latest operating system. Hence the discounted price. Now it says this was installed on March 31st of this year, which would tell me that they made the image years ago and they never updated the image. So that's the other thing that happens. So we're on build 26100.4946. I love that GMKtec has their support here with a link. You don't have to go looking for it with that little warranty card. It's right here in the operating system. Verify that we have the CPU we're supposed to have, the RAM we're supposed to have. And let's take a look at the device manager. So I'll right click, go to device manager, and let's see if anything has a problem. No, everything looks good. Who makes our network adapters? Intel makes the 2.5 gig Ethernet that we're using, and Realtek makes the Wi-Fi 6 and Bluetooth controller. Okay. Let's hit Windows Update. And this will need 25H2 put on it. Sometimes it's just faster to reinstall the OS, but when you do that, you'll lose the GMKtec information in your system properties. But you'll always just Google it anyway, right? And then I like to make a couple of changes here. They're just my personal preferences. And I turn off this delivery optimization unless we're in an office where it can download updates from other computers in your building. So instead of downloading from Microsoft servers, which is a bit slower and bandwidth intensive, you just get it from another computer that already has it somewhere on your network. Here are the updates we're grabbing, and while we wait, let me just check our power settings because I don't want the machine to go to sleep on us. Yeah, 5 minutes, no. Let's change that to a couple hours. And I never want the computer to go to sleep because it doesn't have any batteries in it. Sleep mode is for battery savings. And then we'll go over here to change what the power buttons do. I want the power button to actually shut the computer down. And there is no more sleep button on modern computers, so it doesn't matter what this says, it's irrelevant, but I set it to do nothing as a reminder that it's irrelevant. So while that downloads, I'm going to go back one more time, check advanced options, just to see if there's anything available here. And there isn't. Sometimes that changes between while it's checking to when after it's checking and it's downloading. And these downloads are actually happening pretty fast. And we'll let that run. Let me bring back camera one. And what questions do you have for me? Since we're waiting for these updates, I can now pay attention back over to the chat room. Dazzle555 says Amazon warned him for returning too many things. But at least you got a warning. I've heard Amazon will just cut you off and you can't buy anymore. And trying to get that decision reversed is almost impossible. David Graham said his ISP 7 years ago downgraded my bandwidth because they didn't like my usage. I was downloading comics and games and spent weeks 24/7 downloading. I had to pay more money to get rid of my limit. That's pretty common these days. We pay $50 a month to remove our cap because, as you can imagine, with all the uploading I do at 4K, plus our own personal use for things like Netflix and Amazon Prime, watching streaming television shows, we consume a lot of bandwidth. And I think most months we're under the limit. We're probably needlessly paying that $50. But it's just nice to not worry about it. Pay the $50, and if we, there's probably months where we double. We go past the limit by twice as much, and other months where we'd only use half as. It's very inconsistent, but it happens often enough that I just pay it. Because otherwise, they bill $10 for each additional couple of gigs or whatever it is. And that would work out to hundreds of dollars of difference where the $50 a month balances itself out. You got to appreciate the ingenious marketing in this kind of billing deployment process that makes it seem like you're getting a deal. It works. Because you're screwed if you don't use it, and you're screwed if you are using it. So which would you want to? Would you rather pay the $50 a month and know what to expect month after month, price-wise? Or would you rather get a surprise every month? Some months could be double or triple just because you downloaded more or somebody in your house did. That's one hell of a way to find out about it. It's sort of like back in the 70s and you get the phone bill. Somebody made a long distance call for an hour and a half to Europe and your phone bill is, hundreds and hundreds of dollars when it's normally, $50 or something. And yeah. In my family, that was an argument more than once over who made this call. And were you aware you were being billed by the minute for it? Well, it's kind of the same thing with bandwidth limitations. So yeah, we have seen a little bit of buffering during today's show, but it looks pretty solid right now. Let's hope it just continues. It's been very minor. A little bump in the road, I think. All right, let's see if there's other questions that I might have missed here. Frankie B says this power brick is almost as big as the mini computer itself. You're not wrong, Frankie. You're not wrong. Andy said that's the first GMKtec box I've seen where the corners of the box aren't mashed in. Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? I can tell you, it doesn't seem to matter who we get the computers from. I think that has to do with the people stocking the shelves in the Amazon warehouse, or the people packing the boxes at the Amazon warehouse, or the Amazon delivery drivers. I do not believe they're arriving at Amazon with any damage. Or mostly. Like most of the box damage you're seeing, I think, is happening on that final part of the journey to your house. Getting it to Amazon first, and then from Amazon to your house is likely where the damage is occurring. And then, yeah, sometimes the big cargo ships, they can shift at sea and things like that, and you can get some damaged boxes. But I don't believe that you see that very much by comparison. Regardless, it is designed, the packing is designed to absorb that. That's what the packing is for. Otherwise, they just send us the computer, right? They just put that in a Ziploc bag and send it. And the reason they don't do that is imagine what it would do to your brand new Mini. So the box is doing what it was designed to do. Hopefully, it's sort of like your car is designed to crumple and absorb impact, to take the brunt of the momentum and have the materials give way instead of forcing it into the passengers. Of course, they can't take it away 100%, but they can reduce that quite a bit. But let's hope you never have to use it. And he says, I generally like GMKtec. I've had a few. Yeah, I'm with you. Elijah Dickens says, my phone doesn't show how many months I've been a member. You're logged into an account that's not a member. I don't know if you have multiple YouTube accounts, but it looks like you're signed into the wrong one. You're able to log into your, when you go to the right corner on YouTube, or if you're using a phone, the bottom right corner, I think, has your logo, your name. You click on that and go to your settings and take a look at your memberships. It'll show you all the channels you're a member of. And yours right now under that account, you're not a member of this channel under that account. So whether that's, if you only have one account, you've allowed the membership to expire and you don't know, or you have mistakenly, this is a problem when you create multiple accounts. Human beings confuse themselves all the time by making things more complicated. For whatever reason, people do it. And I don't know if that's the case here, but that would explain it. Otherwise, if you're under an account that shows you're a member here, and it's not showing in the chat room, then we've got a YouTube problem. But you can easily verify that clicking on your account information and looking under what memberships you are subscribed to under that account. But nothing stops you from creating 200 accounts, just so you know. Maybe you have multiple accounts you don't even realize you do. Maybe you forgot your password one day, couldn't get it back, for whatever reason. It's a different account and maybe you forgot. That is usually the kind of scenario that leads to this kind of confusion. And very rarely is it a YouTube issue, but it could still be a YouTube issue if everything else checks out. I'm not going to spend too much time updating this because I want to get to some testing, and we'll open the bottom and take a look. It should match the photo online. I don't expect anything any different, but I'm a little curious about just like the opening process, if there's any heat sinks in there, anything like that. So we'll just verify that before the end of the show. We can also, don't let me forget, we can take a look at the BIOS. I don't expect there to be a lot in there or for that to be graphical. It's probably a text-based simple BIOS. At this price point, especially this bare bones model, it seems like an unbelievable bargain in my opinion. And we've worked enough with GMKtec. We know what to expect with regards to quality. I haven't had any reason to contact support, so I don't know how responsive they are. On the other hand, I haven't needed to contact support, so that's good. It's not because we've never had them before. We've had other GMKtecs here. Everything's just fine. No questions, no problems. On the other hand, when we have something like a Dreamer, that's our first and only impression, and they don't bother to respond to emails. When they claim to have support and they claim to have a warranty, they're lying. They're just lying to make a sale. It's a bold-faced scam. Now, that doesn't mean the product is bad. And as long as you know that going into it, and you're okay with that deal, it's a good deal. But if you find out 6 months after you bought it that they won't respond to you, and there's nothing you can do, you are just out of luck, you might feel differently about the whole scenario. So we know AOO Star responds to us quickly. We know Minis Forum responds to us quickly. GMKtec, like I said, I don't know. I haven't emailed them for any reason. Have you? Have you guys got any experience with it? Good or bad? I just want to know real experience, not fishtails. Fishtails. Marsman has to check out. Got other things to do. That's all good. We'll catch you later, Marsman. Thanks for hanging out while you had some time. It's always good to see you. Andy says a couple of years ago, I reviewed the GMKtec G3 Pro, which was an N150, just a budget baseline computer. He said that was the best bargain on Amazon. Yeah. I mean, GMKtec has been recommended by me before for good value. But a lot of people in our audience don't want good value. Well, what they want is they want a rocket ship, but they want the price of a big wheel. You know, it's fun, I guess, to say, wouldn't it be great if I could have this 5-carat diamond for $12? But you know it's not going to be real, or there's going to be something very wrong with it. So you should be careful what you wish for. On the other hand, you know, maybe somebody's selling something, like an estate sale, they don't know what it's worth, and you're able to find a bargain that way. But with Google these days, it only takes a second to take a picture of something, even if you don't know what it is, to determine its value. So the likelihood of people selling classic paintings for $5 at a garage sale, turns out it's a real Picasso that's worth thousands. Those days are dying because, again, anybody that takes a picture of it, it'll search and tell you what, you know, who's the artist, what's the value, etc. You know, same with old records and stamps and coins. It's so easy. You don't have to go buy one of those collector books and do all the research. It's just a push of a button, and in seconds you have your answers. So I think those days are going to become fewer and fewer. But if you happen to get lucky enough, you can certainly find some good deals under those circumstances. I wouldn't count on it, but it's possible. Andy says, driver support is great with GMKtec support. I had no trouble getting drivers for a bare bones K8 Plus. Yeah, nor did we. Yeah, we did the we did the M8, we did the K15. We didn't have no issues with drivers. Lana Dro says hello. I'm hearing the fan a little bit for the very first time. I'm hearing it kind of ramp up and then quiet, then ramp up and then quiet. It's very, very quiet though. In fact, I didn't even think about it until I heard it. It didn't occur to me to think, I wonder if the fan's running because it's so quiet. But now I'm reassured it's working, so that's good. And it's not loud by any means, but it's louder than silent. And then it goes back to silent, and then it goes back to hearing a fan. Then it drops back to silent. So whatever it's doing, every time you hear the fan crank up, that means your system's under an intense workload, and that usually only lasts a couple seconds, and then it'll quiet back down, and then the next thing. So this is kind of like waves on an ocean, quiet. In fact, it sounds like waves on the ocean. Be at the ocean, and it's completely quiet, assuming there's no seagulls or other wildlife making any noise. There's no planes overhead or helicopters making any noise, that there's no boats out there tooting their horns. You go out to the beach at the ocean, and it's usually pretty quiet, and then you hear the whoosh of the wave, and then it's quiet, and then you hear the whoosh of the wave. That usually happens in a pattern. You can almost predict it. With this, however, it's very similar in that it's very quiet, and you hear the whoosh, and then it gets quiet, and for a while it was doing that back and forth a dozen times, and now it's back to quiet for a long, you know, it hasn't made that whooshing sound in a while. So whatever that was, it got past it and it moves on. That's what it's supposed to do. So hearing that reassures me that it's working like it's supposed to. You shouldn't be hearing the fans full time, 100%, full blast for any length of time unless you're really beating the heck out of the machine. And I would suggest if you are, you should have bought a more expensive computer if that's routine for you. You're pushing it harder than it was designed to be pushed. You're allowed to. You know, you can tow 8,000 pounds with a vehicle that's only designed to tow 5,000 pounds. It'll still tow it. It won't go very fast, and it may be very difficult, but it'll do it. You just bought the wrong car, or you're using the wrong tow vehicle in a way that's almost abuse. So there could be some extra wear and tear and cause premature failures if it's used commonly, like, you know, just doing it once or twice isn't going to hurt anything. But if you do it regularly, there could be some damage that occurs that is a result of just simply not using the right tool for the job. Right? I could use a butter knife as a screwdriver, and it might get the job done. On the other hand, it might also ruin the knife. And I could also get myself electrocuted if I'm changing out an electrical outlet. Using a bare metal tool without any insulation is probably a boneheaded thing to do, and damage myself. Not to mention any damage I might do to the screws. So just because you can improvise doesn't mean it won't come without consequences, depending on how frequently you're doing that. You might get away with it once in a while, but if that's your regular go-to, every time you need a screwdriver, you grab a butter knife, oh man, you're just asking for troubles. But same can be said with resource-intense applications. If you're running those kind of applications on a regular basis, you should be buying a computer designed for that. This is not that. This handles it in short bursts. And even if you're going a project like something that takes a lot of resources, but you're only going to do it this one time or just a handful of times, this is fine. It'll just run a bit slower. This is also pretty warm. Feeling it, it's much, much hotter than room temperature. It's not so hot that it would scald me, but hotter than I was expecting. And that's probably a consequence of having such a high-end processor, being an i7, and such a little teeny tiny case, which doesn't have a lot of airflow. So I'd be curious how this is going to perform on, the extreme resource benchmark Cinebench R23, which we'll get to here after we can reboot this. Lamadro said, still using my mini PC I bought 3 years ago. We used the original mini PC, the Intel NUC, the very first one I did in 2013. We used that right up through the pandemic. So it still runs today. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not Windows 11 compatible. And the work that needs to do with modern antivirus and modern applications being more resource hungry, it's a little slow. It still works though. And that's 13 years ago we did that, back in April of 2013. April of 2013 we did our very first mini PC, which was the Intel NUC, which was only an i3. It wasn't a high-end. In fact, I think that's all they had at first. We were very early to jump on to evaluate them because they looked familiar, like, oh, these are those cheap little netbooks and stuff like that, which were just terrible, terrible computers. They were cheap and they were horrible. And I said, well, is this cheap and horrible too? We evaluated it, and we still have it, and it still works to this day. We don't use it anymore, but that's simply because resources have become, programs have become so resource hungry with modern day security and application requirements that the machine is a bit slow in responding to things. But it does it. And I'm sure if you wanted to put a less resource intensive operating system like Linux on it or something like that, it would run fine, like as a home lab or a media server or something like that. So 3 years is nothing. I would expect no less. Frankie B said, Carey, the Miniswarm mini PC you worked on is running great. Thanks again for a great job. Hey, Frankie, thank you for the follow-up. Makes me feel good to know that you're happy and that, these are like my children, that they're behaving. Usually my assumption is no news is good news. Oftentimes people only reach out when there's a problem, so it's nice when people reach out and say, just to let you know there's no problem. It's like, oh, thank you. Our friend Peter in the Netherlands says hello. Welcome in, Peter. Lynn's Music joins us as well. Says, I haven't been here in a while. I hope I'm still welcome. Hey, good to see you again. Of course you're still welcome. Still installing something there, huh? It's taking a while. Let me go full screen so I can see this a little bit better. We're also in 4K, aren't we? See if I can drop this to 1080. Display 1080. I'm doing this while it's installing an update, so it's a little bit slow to respond. And then let's go back. All right, so we're installing this preview update for 26.100.8524. So yeah, this is quite a ways back. But we're just going to let it do it just to make sure it installs fine. There's more updates after this, but I'm not going to do them. We're going to move on. You'll notice down here our date and time are completely wrong. And one way that we can fix that, this time zone, like we're a day ahead by about, what is that, 15 hours? So what I would do is assume that this time zone is in Asia, where this is locally probably the right time and day at the factory where this was made. But now that it's here in Phoenix, what I should do, it should have automatically synchronized, but I may not have it turned on. So let's right click and adjust date and time, but don't change it with your fingers. Do not set your date and time, because people make boneheaded typos and they don't see them. Let the computer do it by giving it permission. Just turn this on, set the time zone. That should correct the day and time down here. And you see it did not. Wait a minute, am I covering it up? I am, sorry. So there's the day and time. I swear, no matter where I put camera 1, it's always in the way. But you'll see this 5:34 a.m. and it says it's May 30th. That's what sorry, again, I didn't realize I was covering that up. So right here where it says set time automatically, it will eventually, but if you want to force it to do that right now, just set that feature off and back on again, and then boom, instantly it corrects to the proper day and time. Never once did I type in the time, never once did I type in the date. And I cannot emphasize how something so simple is screwed up more than half of the time that somebody does it, they screw it up. If somebody does it twice, the first time was probably the bad one, right? So if you don't do it at all, you can't make the mistake. And as simple as setting the date and time, you think, you know, that's so easy. That's the problem. People assume it's so easy, they don't pay attention. So all of a sudden the year is set to 2336 and websites aren't loading and I'm getting a call for support. And I'm trying to figure out, how the hell does your date say the year is 2336? There's only one way. They went in there and monkeyed with it. Oh, it's easy for me to set the date and time. Well, clearly it's easier to just let the computer take care of it, and then the possibility of that ever happening again is zero. It's not even possible for that to happen unless you caused it. So, you know, I follow the same advice I give. I don't set it myself. Honestly, it's too much effort, and then to sit there and then double check your work before you accept it and then realize you've made a typo and correct. This all happens with the click of a mouse and it's already done. And it's always done correctly without errors, ever. With that said, I'm starting to hear the fan ramp up again here as it's doing this install of this preview update. Like I said, we're going to let that finish. And Peter in the Netherlands contributes a €1 super chat. Thank you, Peter. Lou Greenia says, I just want you to know that Firebat laptop, even though we haven't had it that long, it's an awesome performing machine. My wife is enjoying it greatly. That's great to know, because Firebat is another one of those manufacturers that we're not familiar with, and we thought we'd buy the product. We bought a mini PC from them. We liked it. And we bought the laptop, and again, for the same reason. This looks like a really good deal. But is it? And in both cases, we're happy with the Firebat laptop and the Firebat mini PC. And Lou Greeny has got it now, and he's living with it every day, or his wife is. So that way we can find out what it's like to live with. If anything changes, he'll let us know. So we appreciate the update. Thank you, Luke. And Luke paid for it, by the way, which helped us to recover some funds that we spent so that we could buy stuff like this. And we'll probably sell this one, and we'll use that money to buy something else. And that's how we can get away without sponsorship and worrying about corporations trying to control what I'm allowed to tell you. If a corporation is controlling what I'm allowed to tell you, I would not tell you that, would I? You wouldn't know any better. So the very fact that a content creator says today's video is brought to you by, you're looking at no different than if they were working for the company. Even if the content creator says, I am free to speak my mind, no, they're not. Because if they piss off that company will never send them anything again. When you buy your products, nobody can restrict you from buying them. Right? I guess if you have too many returns to Amazon, they'll say you can't buy from Amazon. But what I'm saying is, if I want to buy a GMKtec laptop, I can buy a GMK laptop. It doesn't matter if I've got negative things to say, positive things to say. It doesn't matter that I might have an agreement with the company that I don't disclose it to you. If I'm a typical content creator here on YouTube, it's not required. And on the other hand, I can make a pretty good living, which is also something they don't disclose to their audience. They don't disclose how much money they make. So whatever their deal is with the company may not be what they say it is, or they may not say anything at all. And there'd be nothing you can do. There's no way you can know about it legally. So I see these things as red flags. Sometimes the one that cracks me up is somebody will say, oh yeah, they sent me the product for free, and I have to show them the video before I show it to you. But other than that, I'm free to speak my mind. No, they're not. The very fact that they stated that tells you they have to be cautious. So for the most part, they're lying. That's the way I see it. They're not being 100% honest with you, that there's an incentive for them to hold their tongue because they have a consequence potentially if they don't. Even if the company says, hey, feel free to review it and be honest, they wouldn't be asking to see the video beforehand. Okay? So when I do these reviews live, unedited and unrehearsed, there's no way for a company to approve or disapprove of my content before I'm allowed to show it to you. It's not possible. It's all live. A lot of companies do not like that. If you guys only knew some of the control these companies are trying to enforce on me, they have no authority and they have no power because we're not taking any money from them. And if we really want to review their product, Ugreen is a great example of just how terrible and controlling these marketing companies can be. We just bought the Ugreen unit and it was so bad, I returned it to Amazon. It was so unusable. So when I see these content creators talking about how great Ugreen is, they're obviously using it in a way I'm not using it, or they're not being honest. And I'm going to assume they're just not using it under the same circumstance. I'm not going to assume they're liars. But chances are, if they've got lots of good things to say about it, you'll probably be seeing more from that company on their channel. And if they've got negative things to say about it, you probably won't be seeing any more of it on their channel unless they're paying for it. So this is the only way I know to convince an audience that you don't have to just take my word for it. There's no possible way I could trick this video, edit it, or do any special effects or have any control over the output. It's live. There's no script. And you know there's no script because of how much video I release. If I had to script and edit these videos, you'd get one video every week and a half. Be about 10 days per video. And instead, in 10 days, how many videos do I make? I make about 6. So 6 times the amount of content. That's all 100% transparent every time. If I make a mistake, I own up to it. That's my job. That's been my job, to own up to mistakes since I started in this business. If you're not going to own up to your mistakes, you're not going to be in this business very long. The important thing is you don't repeat the same mistakes over and over again. That's all. And making mistakes, so what? People make a big deal out of it. If you're not making mistakes, you're not learning. But if you keep making the same mistake, you're not learning either. Peter says, yeah, its channel is pure. That's a great example of a way to describe it, a great description. Yeah, it's pure. It's not diluted. It's not an illusion. It's not made out to be anything it isn't. What you see is what you get, for better or for worse. I like that. That's the kind of content I want to watch, so that's the kind of content I'm going to make. And the fact that so few people do it incentivizes me. It gets me out of bed and keeps me going, because it's grossly missing on this platform and just on the internet overall. The internet's just one big commercialized machine that just wants to sell you stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that if they just be honest about it, that's all. There's so much fake AI advertising now where they're like, oh, you can get this beautiful couch that looks like a unicorn, and then you order it, and it looks nothing like the advertisement. You know, and it's shipping from Asia. A lot of this Temu stuff is all an illusion. It's all made out to be more than what it really is. And there's plenty of YouTube reviews that have ordered things off Temu and Facebook advertising, and then they show you what actually arrived in the mail. It's shocking that they're getting away with it. So we don't need to be a part of that. I think if you're honest about your product, you shouldn't have any problem selling it. If you're an air conditioner repair company and you're doing business in Phoenix in the summertime, there's no excuse for you to make up unnecessary repairs. You likely have a backlog of people waiting, suffering without air conditioning in the summer months. It even kills people every summer. They die of heat stroke. They just get really, really hot, they pass out, and they never wake up again. Done. And if the reason the air conditioning company didn't get there on time is they were busy scamming somebody for unnecessary work, they lost your job, didn't they? Because if you're dead, you're not getting the job. Whoever takes that property, that estate, will likely have their own person they'll use for any sort of repairs. And in the meantime, the news will cover, undercover stories showing dishonest AC repair people in the middle of August, when there's 2 weeks of a wait time to get somebody out to your home, that are just gouging and embellishing what's wrong in order to charge more, when there's plenty of honest work to be had, more than you could do if you were honest. So I don't find any reasonable excuse why somebody would choose to work dishonestly in such a busy industry. But it makes you appreciate the honest ones that much more and stay loyal to them, because finding them is difficult. You find a good one, man, you hold on to them. I'd say the same is true with doctors, mechanics, and computer techs too. A lot of people doing the work have no business in that industry. So I can't force them out, but I can definitely take my business somewhere else and let them walk off the edge of their cliff. I'm not going with them. I won't be a part of it, and I'm not going to push them off. I'm just going to walk away. I recommend you do the same, especially with some of these content creators are clearly sold out, and they're just in it to be famous, and they oftentimes don't really have any technical background other than themselves, their own personal experience, and their friends, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's great that you want to make videos and share your passion. What would be better is if you were truly passionate about it. I mean, honestly and truly, that you would pursue the professional avenue of it. Because to me, the enthusiasts who also work in the industry in real life are the actual enthusiasts, in my view. If you truly love it that much, why aren't you doing it for a living? David Graham said Temu was under investigation for dishonest sales. Well, that's about time. It ain't stopping them though. I mean, so far everything's the same today. So however long that takes to go through the courts, we may not see any result on that for years. Just watch out for yourself. Don't expect the government to protect you. Or if you do, don't be surprised at the results, okay? Transvat says hello, welcome in. There's Tony Aindow saying hello as well. Nick J says hello from, I think he's saying Somerset in the UK. Mahai says hello. I ordered a glass screen connected. I ordered a glass screen protector, and what I got was a COVID mask. Yeah, they'll do that too. That shows that they shipped something with the tracking info to your address. And that's usually all the evidence. You know, if you were to call a credit card company or complain, they'd say, well, we don't know that you're lying, because they did send you a package. You ordered a package, they sent you a package, you got it. And you're like, no, that's not what I ordered. Well, we don't know that. So it's too hard to tell who's lying, and they usually won't pick a side. That's how the scam works. My goodness, this is taking a long time. Let's go ahead and unplug it, because I'm not going to sit here and wait for it any longer, because we've got, maybe another hour here. So I'm just going to pull the power plug on this. I don't need this to run. Let's go full screen on camera 1. And let's open it up. See what the insides look like. Let's get this out of the way. Trying to use the wrong keyboard. Jump over here to camera 2. Is this driver too big? Way too big. The heads of these screws are super teeny tiny. So what I'm going to do is grab my higher magnification glasses. And let me grab my Nanch toolkit right here, because I know we've got the bit we need amongst all of these options. And we're going to need a pointy Phillips, probably this little guy right here. This says it is a PH, which is Phillips what? There's usually a number, PH1. And then we'll put that in here. It's locked in. Is this going to fit better? A little bit. Probably could have gone a little bit smaller. See what happens if we go smaller. Do the next one down. Oh, that's perfect. It's got to be like a PH0. Not too magnetic. So pretty short screws there, not too big of a deal. And pay attention to the way this comes out. The two brass fittings here for the Visa mount face the front. So if I remember that these little holes go towards the front, then I won't be confused when I go to put the back on, that I'm not putting it on backwards or rotated. Well, that was easy. There's no clips holding it in. It just pops right off. Super easy. I just put my driver in the hole here and pulled up. No special tools needed. Oh, and the little grommets just fell out. Ah, I didn't realize these aren't glued in or stuck on at all. They just kind of rest right on top of a little recess there. It'd be easy to lose those and very difficult to replace them. Let's go back over to camera 1. Let's take a look together at the inside of this bad boy. First of all, I'm happy to announce we have dual channel RAM. Or am I sad? Because now we have to replace both RAM modules if we want to upgrade instead of just one. But it's name brand, it's crucial. You don't see that much. That usually indicates this is an older model and was probably built some time ago. And then we've got our NVMe drive with the heatsink there, and then the Wi-Fi card is located under, and it's all replaceable. This is not soldered in, that's not soldered in, the RAM is not soldered in, so it's fully upgradable. We have our other M.2 right here, but it's only a 2242 because you can see the little catch here. which means it's 42 millimeters in length. This one is 80. Nope, sorry. This is it. This is 80 millimeters in length. This is 42 millimeters in length. They're both 22 millimeters wide. That's why this is called a 2280. This is called a 2242. It all makes sense. Here's a close-up of the back of the unit and front of the unit. And then here's me holding it. Oh, that's a flattering picture, isn't it? Future thumbnail. So overall, you couldn't ask for anything any easier to get into, but on the other hand, you have no cooling down here. All you have for cooling are these ventilation holes. So if I were you, I wouldn't put a drive in that's too fast. I wouldn't do that upgrade because you may not be able to cool it. The way it comes stock from the factory is perfect. Although we haven't run Cinebench on it, I have no reason to believe it'd be any different than any other GMKtec model, but we still have to test it to know for sure. As I mentioned, that 2242 is SATA only, so for numerous reasons of capacity limitation and speed limitation, I wouldn't use it. You're just going to spend more to get less. Why would you do that? And there's also a BIOS battery. If I take the drive out just to show you, there's a couple things underneath the NVMe drive that are also serviceable items that you may need to get at. So first of all, there's our drive. And with the heatsink on it, I can't tell you who makes it, but we could run Crystal Disk Info on it to find out. But here you'll see our Wi-Fi card. That's upgradable and replaceable. And the CMOS battery, which has this little plug on the end. It's not just the battery itself, unfortunately, but you can go on Amazon and buy these very cheap. They should last about 5 years. So it shouldn't be a problem for a long time. I am seeing some weirdness with this thermal paste, but that's okay. I'm going to leave it alone. It's not hurting anything. This has a name brand on it. It says it's an AirDesk G3x4, so generation 3, 4-channel, 512 gig. So everything is written on the heatsink. That's good. So what that means is we've got a generation 3x4 512 gig NVMe drive, which means this will run no faster than 3,600 megabytes per second, and it's probably not going to run that fast because it's a budget model. But if it could, that's as fast as it could go. Hence, it's going to be a lower price. That's why this computer is such a bargain. For most people, you can't tell the difference anyway. And if you aren't most people, then you should have more money than most people, and you can afford to buy those expensive things. Well, the rest of us will dream of owning them. And I shouldn't have smacked that down so hard because my little rubber washers popped off, but thankfully they didn't fly across the room. Let me get this secured back up, and we'll fire it up, take a look at the BIOS. Oopsies. Do not over tighten these screws. You're just going into plastic. You could strip the head of the screw very easily. You can also crack the plastic. You can also ruin these rubber, well, they're basically rubber feet with a hole in the middle. And the screw is what holds it in place from falling out, the rubber part of it. Right now, that rubber grommet is being held in by gravity. The head of the screw is what secures that rubber grommet as well as the back to the computer, and now they don't come off anymore. It also helps absorb any vibration, which could create noise from the fan spinning, and it gives the computer a little bit of space for air, but you notice there's no air inputs down here. So that's interesting, and it's a bit disappointing that they didn't give any ventilation to this. The ventilation comes in only from the sides. which apparently is all it needs. But if you were to put higher end equipment inside of this that runs hotter, you might run into problems, and you will have created those problems from a basic lack of understanding thermodynamics. But it's one way to learn, I guess. I just want to warn you what to expect if you want to hot rod this and you don't have much in the way of cooling. I've seen people take the back off and put a computer case fan on here, and it looks terrible, and they're so proud of themselves by gouging up and just completely devastating a brand new machine with such I mean, it's just devastating to see somebody do that to a computer, and then they act like they're the hero and are so clever. And I think they're lazy and don't respect or have any value for a dollar that they would do that to their own equipment. And then they want to boast about it online, and then people will go, wow, great job. Trust me, if you're doing that to equipment, I don't want you anywhere near my equipment. That's all I got to say. All right, let's plug it back in, and then let's take a look at the BIOS here. Let me go back to camera 1. Plug my keyboard and mouse back in here. And HDMI and Ethernet. I guess I don't really need Ethernet right now, but let's plug it in. Yeah. No, let's not plug it in. Just give me my HDMI cable. Plug that in here. And I don't know what the key is to get in the BIOS on this. Is it say on the bottom? It does not tell us. I usually default to the delete key, but sometimes it's F2, sometimes it's escape. I wish manufacturers could all get on the same page with this. As an IT professional, it's frustrating. Unless you work on the same equipment all the time, then you'll get to know it intimately by heart without thinking about it. But so long as we keep doing work for random individuals with random equipment, if there's no standards, it just takes more time to figure it out if it's not what is most common, which is the delete key. So let's figure out if delete works on this first. I'm going to go over here to our HDMI input. We're going to wait for the logo to appear, which should be any minute now. We should see the GMKtec logo. And oh, I missed it. What does it say? F something. Delete for BIOS. The bottom left of the screen tells us. And oh, look, the updates that we had started downloading are finishing the install. All right, and then it wants to reboot. All right, this is another opportunity. I'm going to start pressing delete right now. I had to reboot it anyway, so this just got us there by coincidence. And there's a BIOS. It's pretty much what I expected it. There is a power limit option. Do you see that? It says balanced, and you have a high performance or quiet. This involves how much wattage is being sent to the CPU on demand. So by default, it shouldn't make any difference until you try to push it. Quiet mode means you're going to get less performance, less heat, less noise, because with less heat, the fan doesn't have to run as aggressively or as often. Higher performance means your fan's going to run more aggressively, you're going to hear it more often. And balanced is just the balance between the two. I prefer to keep it at balanced, but it's nice that there's an option in there if you want to change it. It's completely safe for you to change that. All right, and then you've got different options in here, nothing special. Nice that it has a real Intel Ethernet adapter. And everything else is pretty standard. I don't see anything special in here. Not much you can do to screw yourself up in here, which I'm good with. Some of this stuff in here can get you in trouble if you wanted to manually set your power limits. That's interesting that that's available to you. A lot of companies in this space will not let you do this because you can burn up your computer following some terrible advice online and then expect the company to pay for the replacement when you're the one who did it. So if you want to play with this, I do hope you accept your responsibilities, your consequences. And with that, I don't need to save any changes, so we'll just, wow, there's just not an exit. I just hit escape without saving, yes. All right, so we're going to let that restart again. And what about maybe just try reinstalling Windows? I'm kind of curious if we want to reinstall Windows rather than do all those updates. It might be faster, but also it will force us into finding out what kind of driver support we might need. We might not need any, I don't know, unless we try. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my Windows 11 flash drive, which has the latest version of Windows 11 with all of May's updates already built into it. I'm going to find a fast USB port. I know these up front are the fast ones because that's a fast flash drive. That flash drive costs more than other flash drives of the same capacity by nearly 3 times because it's 5 times faster. I think that's a bargain. You may not care. I'm going to, let's see, we'll shut this off. So by pressing and releasing the power button, remember how I told the power button to shut down? See, it goes through the shutdown sequence, right? You saw that it says shutting down. No differently than if I hit start. It didn't just power the thing off like pulling the power cable. It properly shut it down because I made that change, told it to do that. Let's turn it back on. And then what did it say before? F11 was the boot menu, or we'll just hit delete and just choose the boot override. Either way will get us to a boot option. We want it to boot from this instead of the internal drive. We'll wipe the internal drive clean, reset it from scratch, and then look in the device manager and see what's missing. Are you ready? Here we go. This on. Start pressing the delete key right now. And if I see the GMKtec logo, I probably waited too long. Perfect. Over to boot. No, over to boot override. That's what I want. SanDisk Extreme 001 Partition 1, enter. Now when it reboots, it's going to try and boot off of that flash drive just this one time instead of the internal drive. It's hard to tell which one it's booting from until the screen appears. It should be a Windows 11 setup screen. Until then, I'm not real positive until I see the screen that appears. So everything was working as expected. Next, next, agree to everything, next. We're going to take all the existing partitions on disk 0 and remove them, effectively erasing and wiping out and obliterating and removing all data in all partitions. I'll accept the license agreement. And it should ask us where we want to install. How do we have 4 disk 0s? Well, disk 0 partition 1, delete it. If I work my way backwards, see what's happening when I delete partition 1, then partition 2 becomes partition 1. If I work backwards, it may be less confusing. Then the numbers won't change. Either way, you see how there's unallocated space here and here, and what's separating them is a partition. If we get that partition removed, then we just have unallocated space on one disk 0. Disk 1 is the flash drive I just booted from. Leave that alone. So this is how the drive would be if you ordered it off Newegg or Amazon. This is how it would arrive. And then once we do that, we hit next. This is a summary of what we're about to do. Hit install. Right now it is creating the partitions and formatting those partitions and then copying over the installer files off of the flash drive onto that internal storage. Then it's going to reboot to the internal storage. And at that point, we can remove the flash drive. We're done with it. Everything it needs to do the rest of the install, including the installer files, is what it's doing now. It's all copying everything it needs onto the drive, with the drive being partitioned and formatted as it needs it to be first and foremost. And then the reboot subsequently just goes from the drive internally and does not use the USB drive anymore. If you leave the USB drive in, it's just not being used. So it doesn't hurt anything to leave it in there. But if you want to jump ahead of the game, we can unplug the flash drive once it's done with this process. And the way you know it's done is it'll reboot. Once you get that reboot, you no longer need the flash drive plugged in. You can put it away. Or, as I mentioned, you can keep it plugged in. It just won't be using it. It'll ignore it. Wow, that fan just got pretty loud. It's definitely working. And I do believe that that's a consequence of the small case. It's not loud in the sense that I have to talk over it, but it's definitely attracting my attention because it was silent. In fact, it just went silent again. And normally that's how a computer should run. You should hear the fans ramp up and down as you're using it, depending on what you're doing. So everything's moving along as I would expect it to. Let me bring back camera 1 and put myself down in a corner here so we can watch both me and the install at the same time. Edward Bass joins us and says hello. There's Johnny Weld joining us as well. Peter says he got a new job at a computer store buying up PCs in large quantities and then setting up a new installation and testing the buttons and the USB ports. And if something doesn't work, I put it away. You know, it's great that companies are still hiring quality control people. These days now, a lot of it's automated, and they find it's cheaper to let your customer be your quality control. But it's a gamble, because if you have a whole batch go out, then it's more expensive. If it's just 1 or 2 that get by, it's cheaper to just cover it in warranty, even though it's an inconvenience to the customer, as a way to shave and save money by not having to pay a position to hire an employee to do it. So that's the way it should always be. In fact, it should be a law, but you know, companies these days, if they can save a nickel and it's an inconvenience to you, the customer, too bad, shop somewhere else. They're not making enough money losing you as a customer that it makes a difference. Unless you're a customer buying dozens of computers. If you're just a consumer buying one, they don't make enough money off of it to care one way or the other. It's great if you want to buy it. They're certainly happy about it, but they're not getting rich from that. So if a customer tends to be difficult or demanding, don't be surprised that they just simply won't cooperate with you because you're not worth it. From their perspective, there's no reason to tolerate any drama at such low prices. Now see, the screen is telling us it's trying to boot from that USB flash drive, which it shouldn't have. It should have booted internally because we only told it to boot from the flash drive once. I'm a little puzzled about that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug the flash drive. I'm going to unplug the computer, and then I'm going to plug the computer back in. Now it's forced to start to the internal drive, and there's probably a setting in the BIOS that got overridden or took precedent when I plugged this in that was set at the factory. And I could set it back, but I can't be bothered. You see, now it's still booting. It's just booting from the internal drive. And remember I said I didn't need to have this plugged in? Well, here's your proof. We're done with it. It'll finish the Windows install on its own now. While we're waiting, do you have any questions for me or any stories you want to share? Either way. Interaction is always good, goes both ways. Frankie B said, I guess the PC had Windows 11 Pro installed. Yeah, you'll notice it did not ask us what version of Windows 11 we wanted, and it did not ask us for a product key. So essentially, whether or not it's Windows 11 Pro or Home, I don't know until it's done. But I do recall it, as I recall, that it did have Windows 11 Pro. But whatever it had, and whatever product key it had, it's carrying that over automatically on a clean install. Even though we wiped the drive completely clean, the data for that is in the BIOS. And, well, not technically, but keeping this example as clear as I can without getting too technical, it's in the BIOS. As far as you're concerned, that's all you need to know. And the installer checks for that. It's just a standard thing. Dells and HPs and Lenovo's have been doing this for years. If you don't have that information in the BIOS, it'll ask us for an activation key, and that activation key defines what version of Windows. And I always tell you guys, never ever put an activation key in during a Windows install. You should know what your activation key is for. You should know if it's for Windows 11 Pro or Windows 11 Home. And if you don't know, you probably shouldn't be doing the install. You're not qualified. However, it's not a big deal if you make a mistake. If you put the wrong version of Windows, if you make a bad choice, it's just a 50-50. It's either pro or home, right? If your key doesn't work, it's probably because your key is for the version you did not install, and start over again, wipe it clean, start from scratch. And you will learn that way. None of us are born knowing this stuff, right? You have to learn it somehow. But when the key is built into the BIOS, it's a decision you don't have to make, and you have no choice. It just installs without asking. The product key goes in without asking. The product activates without asking or even telling you. It just happens automatically. All right, let's get rid of camera 1 so I can see the whole screen. States yes. Yes, keyboard. Remember, we are not plugged into the internet here. Saying it doesn't find a network, that's fine. I'm going to click that I do not have internet. And I'll put the same username as before, user, with a blank password. Again, we're going to keep location settings on, and I turn everything else off. These are my personal preferences. You do it whatever you want. And then it should configure things and bring us up to the desktop, at which point I can plug the network cable in. So while I'm waiting, what I'm going to do is find my network cable and pick it up off the floor so that I am ready and waiting. You know what bothers me? You know what grinds my gears? Somebody is staring at the walls, waiting for the cashier to ring up your goods at the grocery store. Mindlessly, blankly staring ahead. And the cashier gets to the last item, bag after bag after bag of a grocery cart full of groceries. It says, okay, your total is, and then the person goes, oh, like they didn't know they were going to need a form of payment. They had all this time while the cashier was working where they were mindlessly daydreaming at the ceiling to get their payment out. Credit card, debit card, cash. So that when the cashier has the total, you have your payment in your hand and process just out of courtesy for everybody in line behind you and the cashier, right? We got other things to do. The world isn't just waiting for you. We're waiting for you to get out of the way. So then they go, oh, I have to pay for this. Oh, yeah. Then you see somebody digging through their purse for 15 minutes. They had 15 minutes to dig through their purse while they were waiting. Now we all have to wait behind that person. First time shopping? So I've got my cable in my hand because I know when this is ready to plug it in. So let me get rid of camera 1 and let's pay attention to this little globe right down here. Because when I plug the cable in, if our driver has loaded, that will shift into like a little flashing icon here in just a second. If it never changes and it stays being a globe, then we're missing our network card driver. And we need to get on the network to get the network card driver. And we need to get on the network to get all the other drivers. So you can see we're kind of stuck in a catch-22 here. By now, something should have happened and it didn't. So that tells me we don't have a network card driver by default in Windows 11. So for that, I always keep a spare USB to Ethernet adapter within arm's reach. This one happens to be a Type C. I've got them in Type A, Type C. I've got them in 1 gigabit, 2.5 gigabit, even 5 and 10 gigabit. Now the 5 and 10 gigabit still require drivers. But the 1 and the 2.5, whether they're Type C or Type A, the drivers are built right into Windows. And I only need this momentarily to get online to get the drivers for that one. These are sold on Amazon. They sell for anywhere from $10 to $30. They never go bad. So it's a great, useful tool. People talk about being a computer technician. What tools should I buy? You're going to want one of these. And if you're a home user that, you know, either works on a lot of computers, whether it's in they're your own or you're helping friends, a small little investment can save you a lot of time. Because otherwise we'd have to go to another computer, visit the GMKtec website, download the network card driver onto a flash drive, then take that flash drive, plug it in here, and install it. That would get us online as well. This is just a lot easier, it's faster, and it's universally the same. I don't have to keep changing which website or which driver, depending on which model or which make of mini PC or laptop or desktop. This is always the same regardless. So when you find yourself in this position and you're equipped with the right tools and you know how to use them, it's not expensive. It'll pay for itself easily, just in the value of your time. That's the way I see it. So watch what happens if I grab camera 1 and just let's move it to the opposite corner. Just put it here. I'm going to grab this, unplug my network cable. We're going to plug it in right like this, and then I'll plug into the USB-C. Give it a second for the USB to initialize. The driver will load from within Windows 11. That little globe down in the right corner down there that I was telling you to watch, it is now doing what it's supposed to do. Now it's obtained the IP address from my router. Now let me get rid of camera 1 again, and let's take a look at our device manager and see how much other drivers are missing. Right-click the Start button, choose Device Manager, and how many devices are, oh, a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. When you see SM Bus Controller, that's your chipset, be it AMD or Intel. And then that's probably a couple other unknown devices that are tied to this that all go away with just the chipset driver. Then we probably have Ethernet, and network would be Wi-Fi. Did you notice how these are starting to go away on their own? That's because it has access to Windows Update, and without telling us and without our permission, it is downloading behind the scenes any drivers it can find by default, whether you like it or not. But we can force the issue before we go to GMKtec to download any drivers. We could simply visit Windows Update now that we have internet access, and many of these drivers may be provided to us from Microsoft. So what I'm going to do is close out the device manager. We're going to check for updates, and I'm going to set these settings back to my personal preferences. While I'm waiting, it gives me something to do. See under optional updates, these are drivers. Oh, these are not drivers. We're going to grab them anyway. A lot of these are drivers down here. And then finally, also under advanced options rather, under delivery optimization, turn that back off. And then under power settings, I don't want the screen going to sleep on me, so I have to redo everything I changed. I'll put this back to, say, 2 hours on that, and change what the power buttons do. Shut down. Save. Close. Back. Back. And while I was doing that, these were still downloading and installing in the background. And if we currently, yeah, there's a driver here too. If we look in the device manager, work is being done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So what were we at before? 13 or 14? So already a lot of the devices went away. Like I don't see any more network controllers. That means that the Wi-Fi and the wired controller should be in place. So if I just verify that by going to network adapters, we got the Realtek Wi-Fi and Bluetooth driver from Windows Update. The USB adapter is mine, the one I plugged in. This will go away when I unplug it. Where's my Intel adapter? It's not here. So we are still missing the Intel Ethernet adapter, which is interesting because you think when it said Ethernet, one said Ethernet driver, one said network driver. They must have both been the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth, and neither of them was the Intel 2.5 gig. I'm just fascinated by the fact that the Intel 2.5 gig even now is not being offered by Windows Update. Intel's not a small unknown company. There you just saw the video driver go in. You see how the screen blanks out and it'll come back. That's a brand new Intel driver for the graphics card, which has also increased our resolution to 4K, which I'm going to turn around and put back. So I'm going to go to display settings. We're going to change that to 1920 by 1080.
keep those changes so it's more legible for my eyes. Right click again, I'm going to go to personalize. I'm going to change the theme to a basic Windows 11 theme so that the background isn't so messy. And even though I've closed out Windows Update, I've not interrupted. It's still running in the background. And to see how it's progressing, we have to go back to Windows Update. All right, so these updates that are going in now are just the 2 updates that have come out later in May. After the second Tuesday of May is when the main updates came out. That's what my installation flash drive has. These came out afterwards, so we have to add these after the fact. While we're waiting, let's go visit GMKtec's website and see what they have available for drivers. So we'll go through start without the data, confirm and continue. Finally, just get me to a home screen for crying out loud. And we're going to just search for it blindly. GMKtec. We are live and unprepared because this is what the work is like if you want to do this for a living, at least in field service. Drivers and software, that's what I want. It is taking us to the real GMKtec.com. It's not a fake site with a misspelling or redirection. This is the real deal. And what we've got here is what is this called? An M2 Pro S. That's us right here. The FAQ, frequently asked questions. There's empty, no videos, don't care, because what I want are downloads. Here are all the downloads for Windows 11 in one package, and here is the entire operating system, which is, I don't know, this is dated 2025, so this is probably 24H2 and useless. I would completely avoid doing this if I were you, because you'll be sitting on updates forever. So you provide your own operating system install like I just did, and then just download the drivers. That's going to take us to Google Drive. It says the file's too large to preview it. That's fine. We'll download anyway. 1.2 gig download. Now, when it says you can't view or download the file at this time, it's because we're not signed in to Google. If you're not signed in, you're considered sort of a leech. And Google has a limit to how many leeches per day can leech. This prevents bots from draining their bandwidth and causing the servers to get busy because of just the nasty people online. So they say, well, we've met our limit of leeches today. You can try again tomorrow when we open up the leech limit again, starts at 0. Or you can sign into a Gmail account or any other Google account and download it that way. So right now, I cannot download this file on this computer because I'm not going to sign in on a customer's computer with my own personal credentials. That's unprofessional. Instead, what I'll do is while this is downloading, we're going to jump over here to the streamer, and I'll use a browser tab over here to open up GMKtec, where I am signed into YouTube, obviously, or I wouldn't be able to broadcast otherwise. Move this keyboard and mouse out of my way because I'm going to confuse myself. And I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to go to GMKtec, and then I'm going to click on, oh, I'll search GMKtec drivers. I think that's what I searched for before. And then the first link says GMKtec drivers and software. Just repeating exactly what we've already done. M series, select the M2 Pro S, go to downloads, download the driver from Google Drive, and it allows me to download it now because I'm signed in. Oh, no, it isn't. I stand corrected. It's giving me the same. It says too many users have viewed or downloaded this file recently. Well, let me tell you why this sucks. This is kind of again, no matter where I move this camera, it's always in the way, isn't it? A lot of sites that do this will offer 2 different sources. So one may be Microsoft OneDrive and the other Google Drive for this very reason we're experiencing right now. The good news is there's nothing GMKtec makes uniquely in this. So we can download drivers from the manufacturers. So in the case of Intel, we know we need the Intel chipset driver. And Intel's a much bigger company. They don't host their stuff on free storage places that have limits. Intel has their own servers and their own storage. So does HP and Dell and Lenovo. But when you deal with these smaller Asian manufacturers, many of them don't have their own. This is how they keep their price lower, because they're saving money, which means that you can save money when you make the purchase. If I buy a smaller quantity of something, I'm paying less because I'm getting less. And some people might say the bigger quantity would be wasted, right? I don't need it. And other people would say the bigger quantity is a better value. You're getting more for the money when you buy in bulk, like Costco. But then I don't need a 1 gallon of nacho cheese if it's just me. On the other hand, if I operate a food truck, I might want to get several gallons of nacho cheese, and it saves me money. There's not a right answer where I can advise you which way to buy, but I do want you to know you get what you pay for. And when you're saving money here, the fact that you have a relatively minor inconvenience that you can't download the drivers from them sometimes if the leach limit's been met, you could email their support and have them send you a different link. But by the time your email gets answered, in my experience, the 24 hours will have already passed anyway. So what I would do, and what I'm going to do, is show you you don't have to rely on GMKtec anyway. It's nice and convenient if the link would have worked. But those drivers could be a year old or out of date anyway. You might actually be doing yourself a favor getting them manually. So the first driver that I want to install is the Intel chipset driver. And let me show you how easy this is with Intel. It's also easy with AMD, by the way. I didn't mean that to sound like Intel was superior. It's just that it's easy. For GMKtec to already have it all in one basket for you to download is convenient, but that convenience may come with a price of outdated drivers, and also the consequence here that we can't get them right now. But we don't have to. That's my point. We can continue to get this job done and not wait for GMKtec, or in this case Google, to decide when to reset the leach counter. So let's go to full screen over here for me so I can see. Let me get this other keyboard and mouse. And we can do this while we're downloading. I'm going to open up the browser, and I think I should just, I'm so afraid that camera one keeps getting in the way. Let me just get rid of camera one for now. Now we're both looking at the same thing here. Let's go over here and type in Intel chipset driver. First link, download Intel drivers and software. Scroll down, Intel chipset software installation. Click it, download it. See how fast that is? Click once on that downloaded file, and it will extract after you give it permission. And to avoid any confusion, let's close everything out. So Windows updates are still installing, and at the same time, our chipset software will start up and go through the installation process. All you have to do is accept the license agreement and just keep clicking next. Finally, click install. And as that installs, if I right-click in the device manager, you might see some of these items vanish right before your very eyes. Pay attention to these areas, this area here. One, whoops, look at that. It already moved when I was trying to count them. So we've already, every time it refreshes, another one goes away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is all we have left. We know we're missing our network card driver, right? So we know at least one of those is the network card driver. Click Finish to exit setup. How do we get the network card driver? Again, with Intel, it's very easy. Intel network card drivers. Click here again, scroll down. It's none of these Ethernet products. That's what I want. They should have an all-in-one driver. Let's see if we can find it. And not looking for firmware, I'm looking for drivers. I could be more specific in my search by saying Intel. What was this? An i22V or something? i22, something like this. I can't remember. Here we go. So I know that the last two numbers are 2.5 because that's a 2.5 gig network controller. And you see, this is an entire driver pack. It's not necessarily specific to this model. There may be a number of models within this family. So just grab the whole package. This takes care of Windows and VMware and BSD. Or scroll down if we just want the Windows 11 ones. This will be a bunch of Intel network adapters, all in one package, strictly for Windows 11. Click here on this for how to download it. View download options, and that's the zip file right there. And that's going to download just a 40 meg file that contains, I don't know, 15 or 20 different network card drivers that Intel makes. Open that up and extract it. Once again, to avoid any confusion, I'm going to close everything out. Okay, so we're back to square one. Everything went into the download folder. So click on the yellow folder, look where it says downloads. That's the zip file that we just extracted. That's the folder that we extracted it to. And inside, we should have some kind of a setup here. Let's try running setup and see what it does. This will install drivers for Intel network connections. And not working correctly. Which means what? Either it needs to reboot first, or we don't have... did I download the wrong driver pack? Let's try going to the device manager. I'll right click, device manager. I'll click on this, anything in here, like maybe I'll click on that, and then I'll say right here, update device driver. Browse my computer and just have it search my entire downloads folder just to see what happens. Okay, so that driver pack is not for this network card. That's why I said if GMKtec, if we could download that, it would make it more convenient, but we don't have to rely on that because we can download the Intel Driver Assistant. That's free. And it will not help you with chipset drivers. It will help you with things like video drivers and network card drivers. Here we have to allow this. Normally, under any other circumstance, I always click block. But if I hit block here, it won't be allowed to send data back about our system to tell us which drivers we're missing. So you're shooting yourself in the foot. So we're going to go ahead and install this. Again, this has a prerequisite of this. It's like a .NET framework thing it needs to use to operate. So we'll install that first. And once again, to avoid any confusion, I'm going to close everything out here so we can watch what happens. And we're doing all this while updates are still installing, so it gives us something to do. Needs to be done anyway. Finally, this software begins to install. You can accept the license agreement, but you can decline the improvement program, which is just for you to report, to allow your computer permission to report problems anonymously. If you want to help Intel, it's nice for you to accept that. And if you don't want to, just hit decline. It's not conditional. This is a small program, only takes a minute to install. And then it should open the browser, send our data to Intel about our hardware and drivers. Oh yeah, update launch. And then it'll return back with an assessment Now, see here, because we don't have the network card driver, it doesn't know it's missing. That's the catch-22 to this thing. So it does find an updated graphics card driver. I don't know that we need it in the sense of resolving any. Let me rephrase what I just said. I don't know that this resolves any of the errors in the device manager, but this will be a more up-to-date, better performance, more reliable video driver. So you absolutely want this. But what I was trying to do was get a network card driver. I wasn't trying to get a video card driver. But I'm going to have to do it eventually. So since it's in front of me, let's go ahead and get it taken care of and out of the way. Install. Okay, so it says there are updates happening right now, and it cannot do both. Fair enough. We can wait. In the meantime, this is just about done installing anyway, which we're going to reboot, and we can install the video driver. But again, while I'm waiting, let me do another search. So the Intel, I'm going to go back to that i22v driver. I want to see where I screwed up, because I would think, see, this is the complete driver pack. I would think it's in there, but it's clearly not. So what I can do, if I cheat, let's go ahead and restart the computer, let those updates take effect. And while we're waiting, let me come back over here to camera 1. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to replay the video you're watching right now. You can rewind this live video. Because remember, I opened the device manager and I just don't remember what it said. So if I come back over to my own video and skim through it, okay, there's me doing the unboxing, getting to the desktop, looking at the system properties, and then I think I went to, yeah, there it is. It's an Intel Ethernet i226. That's where I made my mistake. i226V, which I assumed would be in the same family of the driver pack, but apparently I'm wrong. Yeah, well, you're never going to be right if you're never wrong. Or you're never going to be right about anything new. So what I'm going to do is say, let's get back over to this machine here. And when the desktop pops up, I will then do the search for the i226V Intel driver, which is apparently a different driver pack. And I'm going to, again, I'll delete that folder that I downloaded and extracted that has the wrong drivers. There's no reason to hold on to that. That's only going to confuse me later. So I'd like to keep it nice and clean and categorized and labeled. OCD, just putting stuff back where it belongs. Bajan guy says hello. So this preview update that we just got, it does require a couple of reboots. It's a pretty significant update. And just leave it alone and let it work. Let it cook. Starting to hear that fan again, cranks up. Again, it's reassuring, it's doing what it's supposed to do. Let's take another look for that driver. So once again, I'm going to go to Intel i226-V driver. See that? It looks the same, just one number off. And the downloads look the same, but it's a different download. So we'll click here, click the download options, grab that file, accept the terms. Now here's where things can get confusing. So before they get confusing, let me clear my mess from before, where I won't be able to know which is which as easily. So we're going to get rid of this. We're done with it. We're done with the chipset driver. And this appears to be the exact same driver as we downloaded before. See, the folders line up exactly the same. I'm going to delete it anyway, and then we're going to extract this one. It's possible that it just wanted to reboot and I had the right driver the whole time. I don't know. I would have thought the device manager kicking it back like that verifies we got the wrong driver, but try it one more time. Failed to install correctly. Something's wrong here, which isn't aligning with what I'm expecting. So let's take another look in our device manager and let's reevaluate what we're missing. Still a number of devices, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what can be frustrating especially is when it just says PCI device. I couldn't be bothered to look these devices up like we used to back in the day. That might have been fun and exciting, but after 20 plus years of doing it, I'm done. Like, I don't want to do that anymore. If you're fortunate enough to enjoy a career that I have enjoyed so much, there's certain parts of it that used to be fun that aren't fun anymore. The fun is worn out. So now I don't care. I can't be bothered. And the technology is advanced to a point now where you shouldn't have to. If you just embrace the new technology, you don't have to continue these old methods. The old methods still work, but I'm so sick of it. It's so time consuming and frustrating. It's just a very old-fashioned way of doing things. So for me, I've lost that motivation because there's a faster, more efficient way to work. And when I don't get it, then I have to think, okay, before resulting back to the old-fashioned way, there's also an in-between. So my question basically is, what are all of these devices and what basic drivers are we missing? So we could be missing some basic sound drivers. We could be missing something like an SMIO or HID driver. Those are pretty common on Intel-based computers. And one way that we could potentially work around this smartly would be to ask an AI chatbot if there's any computers made by other manufacturers that are similar to this. Let's find out. Let me bring out my phone and let's ask Grok. See, now to me, this is more fun than trying to figure it out one by one in the device manager under hardware IDs and searches. That'll get you there, and maybe you like that. Don't let me stop you. But at this point, you're not learning anything new. So if I show you asking a chatbot, that may be new to you, and you realize it's a bit, for me anyway, a bit more fun. Let's see. I'll bring up Grok. Hello, Grok. I have a GMKtec M2 Pro S, and I can't get drivers for it. Is there another mini PC maker that I can get the drivers I need from? Thinking.
Head over to GMKtec's own site. They have specific Win11 drivers for your M2 Pro S. The direct link is on their drivers page at gmktec.com/pages/drive.
I'm going to interrupt it. The drivers say they are no longer available. Is there an alternative from a competitor? Oh. When I told it to stop, I also told it to stop listening. Let me hit the speak button. Try that one more time. I already tried that, and the drivers are not available. Is there a competitor that sells a similar mini PC that I can get the drivers from instead?
No other maker uses this exact same motherboard, so their drivers won't match. Your best bet is Intel's own site. Grab the latest Iris Xe graphics and chipset drivers for the i7-1185G7 directly from there. They cover almost everything you need. If the Google Drive link on GMKtec's drivers page is still dead for you, let me know what specific driver you're missing, and I'll help track it down.
I'm missing the Intel i226-V network controller driver, and the Intel drivers say it's not compatible.
Try downloading the Intel Ethernet Adapter Complete Driver Pack version 31.2 from Intel's site. That's the one that explicitly supports the i226V. Get it here. intel.com/content/us/en/download/15084/intel-ethernet-adapter-complete-driver-pack.html. Unzip it and install manually through Device Manager by pointing to the extracted folder. The generic Intel driver sometimes fails to auto-detect on many, but the full pack usually works. If that still says incompatible, let me know your exact Windows version and I'll dig further.
All right, I'm going to pause that there. It's saying 31.2. Isn't it 31.4? Is the chatbot out of date? If I still downloaded something wrong, I would put that on me personally. If I don't normally have this kind of difficulty because the Intel driver pack is so thorough. Once you grab it, typically, as long as you're in the right family of controller, any members of that family, no matter how many models they make, it's all in that complete driver pack. So I'm missing something. This is bugging me because, well, I don't know what all of these PCIe PCI devices are. I do know at least one of them is the Ethernet adapter. So while it was talking, I was just verifying it didn't sneak in there. Because if I already had it and I'm trying to put it back on, it's going to give me an error, right? So I'm just double checking my own self. I always double check myself before I blame the computer. So let's see. I want to go back over to my video feed, or I think I freeze framed the picture. Am I misreading the screen? Intel Ethernet i226V. I swear that's what that says. Are my eyes that bad? Let me just get up close. Hold on, guys. Gotta deal with an old man now. I wasn't always. It says i226. That's what it says. i226V. I don't normally have this problem. So, let's see. Now, of course, I could have backed the drivers up before we wiped and reinstalled, but where's the fun in that? I don't want to emulate something I can fully control because that would be kind of it wouldn't be a very helpful test, right? Because if you're like, well, that's all it's all well and good if you have the ability, but if you're installing unexpectedly and you weren't ready for it, then what, Carey? So I'm taking the worst case scenario. And had the drivers been available, if we hadn't, reached the leach limit, it just makes it easier. But you can still, again, do it on your own. You don't need those crutches. If you have the technical know-how, it's not rocket science. GMKtec doesn't make any of these drivers. So it's just a matter of figuring out which drivers you need. Out of curiosity, I want to check and see if there's a chance, just to cheat a little bit, I want to see if I had downloaded these drivers before the review. I don't think I did, but I'm going to look. Sometimes I impress myself. So I have drivers for the GMKtec K15 because we already did the video, and I have drivers for the GMKtec M8, the NucBox M8, because that's another video we did. And typically after the video is when I make the little folder and store everything away. I'm kind of glad I don't have it because it's so tempting for me to use it just to get past this and get the video on, over with. It's not very helpful to viewers that might find themselves in the position. So Putting myself in this position voluntarily is a worst case scenario, and it's not likely something you would have to deal with. But you could see this as a blessing that we have an opportunity now to showcase some technical skill in sleuthing that I'm too lazy to want to do. But I'm forced to do it now because I'm live on camera. And this is the same way it works with clients. If when I'm on site with a client and there's this thing that makes the job real easy, but I don't have that thing, it's sort of like, well, you can come back tomorrow or we'll deal with it right now in a less effective, efficient, it's just as effective, but it's less efficient way, which means it's going to take a little bit longer. So what? So let's embrace it, and let's, instead of seeing it as a down, let's see it as an opportunity to flex our technical skills, flex our technical muscles, use our brains, because if you don't use it, it's not good. One of the ways they talk about avoiding Alzheimer's is to keep your mind mentally active and to run puzzles and word searches and things like that. It's good for your brain. And when you fall into the pattern of laziness, then that brain is a muscle like any other. It'll start to atrophy. And before you know it, you don't know who anybody is anymore or where you are. And if you're like me, if you're like most people, that's a scary thought. So instead of seeing stuff like this as a negative, see it as a puzzle and an opportunity to learn. And consider yourself lucky that you're keeping yourself sharp, not only in the technical sense, but even health-wise. It's good for you. And if you're just not in the mood for it, then just shut it off and do it tomorrow. And in fact, tomorrow the leaching will be reset again, probably after midnight tonight, I'm guessing, and just download the driver file and put it away. And if you want to, also send an email to GMKtec support saying, look, I tried to download the driver, both signed in and not signed in to Google. It won't let me get it. It says it's been too many downloads. And they will probably provide you with a private link, or in the amount of time say, well, we just checked it, it's open again. One or the other, you'll get the drivers. They're not going to ignore you, I'm sure, and they're not going to, and you're not going to, have a non-working computer over something so silly. So make the best out of it. So let's go to full screen over here for me. This one more time. This is what happens when you get too comfortable. Start overlooking simple things. So let's do the video driver first. Let's get that out of the way. Remember, it couldn't install because of the Windows updates. Well, now it should be able to install. It's entirely possible this could remove another one of those device manager errors, or it might not. Either way, we need it. So let's just do it anyway and feel a little bit of progress, right? That can also help uplift any sort of motivational issues by tasting a little bit of success. That reinvigorates the adrenaline and the enthusiasm to say, all right, now that I've had a little taste of success, I'm ready for some more. But if what you keep doing is hitting walls, you can get really frustrated and say, I've had enough of this, I'm angry. At that point, walk away from it. Don't be in such a hurry. When you're paid to do a job, you've got to get that emotional stuff under control, or you can start looking for another job. And you're in charge of your own attitude. So if you choose to see something as an opportunity, or you choose to see something as punishment, that's just on how you want to see it. Some people hear opportunity knocking and they complain about the noise. So just keep that in mind. Sometimes a little self-awareness, you can adjust right there. You don't You can process it all in your head. Nobody knows what's going on in there. And say, wow, I'm so lucky that I get to solve this. What if somebody else came in because you got angry and walked out? Somebody else came in and did it in 5 minutes. How upset would you be that you just got made to look like a fool when you know damn well you could have done it yourself? But you undermined your own self with negative thoughts. Keep that in mind. And you know, some people just aren't very good at it, but you got to practice and practice and practice, and you'll get better. Or it's time for you to just not do this kind of work anymore if it's not the kind of work you're enjoying. Sometimes I need to remind myself of that. I do enjoy this. And sometimes I might complain that, hey, I've got nothing to do, right? Because it's all done. Well, here's a challenge for you, Carey. Oh man, I'm frustrated. Well, which is it? Make up your mind, Carey. Are you frustrated or are you bored? And to be honest, it's that frustration that keeps me coming back for more. And as much as I get frustrated at some of the stuff, it's even more rewarding when you succeed. The dopamine that gets released upon success is far more powerful. And that's the addiction part of it. So don't be a quitter. Sometimes you need a little break. That's fine. I don't often get a break because customers are paying by the hour and they want it fixed now and they can't do anything until you're done. You've got their whole business in your hands. Figure it out now. If you got to put 10 or 12 hours in today to get it done, that's what you'll do. And if you say, no, I'm not going to do it, I'll come back tomorrow, you might lose that customer. You obviously won't have time for another customer until you get this one done. So then you're going to make less money. So if you're not in that position and you're just a hobbyist at home, don't let it get to you. It's not a big deal. When you work as a professional, you have to put those emotions away, focus on the problem solving. If you want to continue to be promoted and get a raise, this is what it's based on. How do you handle these challenges? Everything looks good here. I'm going to look one more time in the device manager. I don't expect there to be any changes. Yeah, so everything's the same. Still 6 devices in there. Let's do another search for that I226 Intel I226 driver Windows 11. Now, this driver comes from Dell. I wonder, accept these cookies. This is the driver right here. Pretty old, but that's all I need is one. Let's grab it. Even though it's for a Dell, still made by Intel. It's still the same chip. Under downloads, it's right here. Let's execute this. And instead of being a zip file that we extract, this should be an installer that Dell puts together. And just hit the install button. Allow other apps and services? No. And let's close this and see if that install starts. There it goes. Update installer operation is successful. So does that mean now, if I right-click on the Start menu and go to Device Manager, no, still not there. Interesting. No Intel driver listed. This is a puzzle, isn't it? Now, at some point, I can't help but wonder if you just go back and do it the old-fashioned way that I'm so tired of it, that it just wouldn't be faster to just rip the Band-Aid off and be done with it. Because I could spend more time trying to find the shortcut than if I just took the long way. Where do you call it is up to you. Let's click on this first PCIe device and look under the details of it. Look under the hardware ID. Then I'll just click on that once and hit Control-C to copy that to my clipboard. open up Microsoft Edge and paste it into the search. So I'm going to just go to Google for this and just paste that and hit enter. Okay, this says it's the serial I/O driver. This actually probably takes care of a couple of things. So it says here, I don't want to be at driveridentifier.com. I don't want to be at DriverPack. I cannot explain to you or emphasize how unreliable and dangerous these sites are, not to mention the spyware and stuff. We want to download the serial I/O driver from Intel and, you know, driver.russia. I mean, if you want to go download your drivers from Russia, be my guest. You can get in front of the line. Me, I'm going to look for the actual driver from Intel by looking at the sources here. So what I'm going to do is type in Intel serial I/O I2C driver download. And now we have another Dell updater here. This says Intel serial I controller from Intel.com. Is there a download? We're not getting it here. They want you to get it from Microsoft. Okay, well, clearly it says it's for Windows 10. Doesn't really apply to us. What's this first link in the community? Maybe there's already a discussion. Download the device chipset. Oh, right here. They provide the link right there. Perfect. Sometimes the forums can be more helpful than the company's own websites. Let's extract this. And is there a setup in here? Let's see. Setup. Double click. And run. Setup ended because the platform is not supported. So that's not the right one for us. So in that case, the forum wasn't as helpful as I originally thought. Okay. Let's go back, take another look at some of these results. Dell's driver still may work for us here. So I'm going to try Dell's driver for the serial I/O. I'll hit download. And then it's pretty fast download. Click on that once, click yes. Let's see if this works. Close this out. This also has to be closed or there'll be an error. Remember, we've got 6 devices. Let's click next and see if this takes care of any of them. The good news is if these are the wrong drivers, we're not putting on any malware or spyware. And it showed 4 items that this installs. So does that mean we're going to only have 2 drivers left that are unknown? No, it took care of 5 items. There's only 1 unknown device. Watch. I hit finish, hit close, right click on the start button, go to device manager, and we now have everything but 1. So that serial I/O took care of 5 different drivers in that one package. That's why it might look overwhelming to you, it's actually just one thing that appears broken up into 5 pieces. So we have 1 unknown device. That's got to be our network adapter because that's missing. Unknown device. Update the driver. Browse my computer. Check the downloads directory. Is it in there? No, it's still not in there. That is so weird. So then we'll do the same thing. Double click, go to the details, go to the hardware ID. Take the first hardware ID, click on it once, hit Control-C. Open up your browser, paste it in, and it's a proximity sensor? No. Here's a Windows 11 forum where someone's basically asking what this ID is for. Let's see what the community says. I just wouldn't believe that the network controller would be a part of this. I think it installed fine. But these people in the forums are all saying it's part of the GPIO, which, interesting. It's possible that the driver I downloaded isn't complete for the serial I/O, if it's GPIO, but at the same time, I'm missing my Intel network adapter. So this is a little weird. It's a little wonky. And you can always check Google Windows Update by hitting Update Driver and then tell it to browse. Browse, or is it automatic? Update, search automatically. That'll search Windows Update. And here, search for drivers on Windows Update. And just see if we check for updates, if an optional update appears down below. It may not appear on the main summary of missing updates. In fact, we shouldn't be missing any, but it would appear under advanced options. So let's wait for that to finish. And if we're lucky, it'll appear under advanced options, but I'm not holding my breath. I don't think it will, because I think we would have already gotten it because we've already done this. But sometimes the results change after other updates, that when you go back and check for updates again, that the previous updates made a modification that now it sees something that it did not see before. It's not likely, but it does happen from time to time, and it's worth checking out. Oh, we had a lot of updates. Look at that. And while we're waiting, let's just go under advanced options and see if there's anything. Nope, 0 available. Okay. A couple of these, this .NET security update, that's a result of that Intel driver assistant that kicked these two off. And this is just an antivirus update. So this is all real tiny stuff. Digit in the chat says, according to the setup INF of that driver pack, the vendor ID of the i226 is 125B, C, or D, depending on the chip revision. I don't normally have to dig that deep. I'll tell you something else, though. This, again, if you think outside of the box, what are the odds that GMKtec uses that same network card or that same network chip in other GMKtec models? I'd say it's probably pretty good. So just because the downloads aren't available for that one doesn't necessarily mean the downloads aren't available universally across the board, depending on how they're hosting them. If they're hosting them across multiple accounts, which they may be doing, then one account may be all used up for the day, but the other one isn't. So it's still worth trying. So again, it's just this kind of creative thinking that'll get you out of these situations, especially when you're in the field, you've got no help other than your phone to get your customer back up and running. So if you were the customer and this was your computer and we're resetting it for you, I don't expect to get paid until I'm done, and I don't expect to leave until I'm done. I want one trip out to your location to solve this for you. And in my head, I'm thinking this should take an hour, but then you get unexpected events like this to occur. Deal with it. That's all I can tell you. Keep your customer happy and handle it. So let's try going to GMKtec's website again. And let's see if they have any other models of mini PCs with 2.5 gig network cards. The M8, even though that's AMD, it could have an Intel network card. Does it say what the network card is? Tells us about the Wi-Fi. What about the networking? What speed is it? We could ask, is there any GMKtec PC that uses Intel i226-V? The NucBox G3 Plus. Okay? Save me the effort. I'm always just trying to work a little bit smarter. So GMKtec, whoops. See where it said drivers and software? That's where I want. And it said G3 Plus. Okay, so let's find the G3. G series, G3 Plus, and drivers. Let's see if it'll let us download this driver. No. Bummer. Let me try on the streamer where I'm signed in just to see if there's a difference. G3 Plus. Download. No. Okay. I've got to tell you, one of the easiest drivers to find and install is a network card driver. The fact that I'm getting hung up on this is so weird. I'm slightly amused and also a little shocked. Like, this should be the easiest one. So just when you think you've got it figured out, they pull the rug out from under you. So they're doing something differently. And I'm just curious. I wonder what would happen. If I tried to look through a library of drivers I already have. But, you know, it's really a cowardly way to do it, because that won't help you. If you're like, well, Carey, I don't have your NAS library of drivers. What am I supposed to do with that? This was supposed to be educational. So I'm hearing myself and I'm thinking, yeah, that's probably not such a good idea after all, because we're sort of preventing any educational opportunity here to find a solution independently without relying on your own personal library. So what I would do off camera is different than what I'm going to do on camera. But that thought just occurred to me. So let me just take another look-see here. Where can I find the Intel i226-B driver for GMKtec? This should do it. I mean, this should be the driver. This complete driver pack is the only one I haven't done because it contains a lot of other operating systems. But maybe there's more to it than that. So let's just download this. And that's going to be a bigger driver pack. That's over 1 gig, whereas the other one was only 40 megs. This is much, much bigger. Maybe it's in here. Give that just a second to wrap up. You'll watch that. There it goes. It goes to open file, and then it's extracted. It could be just this easy. Let's find out. Let's close all this out. And is there an installer? There's no installer because it's not just for Windows. And those installers that I'm looking for are just for Windows. Release 31.2 is what Grok was telling us about. So let's manually right-click on the Start button, go to Device Manager, and then search for, just click on anything and search for new drivers in the downloads folder. See if it finds anything. Oh, it's finding a bunch of stuff. Now, I don't know what this is all about since everything's official. Yeah, install it anyway. That's a little freaky because, again, it's all official drivers, so I don't know why that warning would come up. You see how it's saying 00000? It's finding drivers, it's just not utilizing them. So let's give that a second. Definitely making, oh, same thing again, install it anyway. Let's keep going. Now, if we had all the drivers from GMKtec, it just takes this discovery process out of the loop because it's already been discovered for you. And if you don't want to go through it, just wait a day, you know, or wait till after midnight and see if you can download again. I don't know what time the leaching number resets, but it may not be exactly at midnight, or it could be at midnight in some other time zone. Let's close that and see if it made any difference. It did not make any difference here. So I wonder that they keep referring to this as GPIO, which is really bizarre. I don't think the two are tied together, but Intel GPIO. Now I'm just guessing. Nope, it's not what I want. Lenovo support. Let's grab it from Lenovo. What do I care? Serial IO. It's pretty old. 2023. Let's grab it. What's the serial number? No, I'm not going to give you a serial number. Download it anyway. Tell it twice. There it goes. See that? What a gatekeeper. Let's see what happens. Platform is not supported. So that driver, that particular GPIO is certainly not one we've got on this system. Another thing you can do is whatever CPU you're using, we'll use pretty much the same chipset. So just to remind myself, what CPU do we have in here? We have Core i7-1185G7. All right, so that i7-11, what I say it was, 85G7 GPIO drivers. So at least that way, if it does pull up Lenovo or HP or Dell, it should be the same chip, which likely uses the same drivers. So see this HP laptop? This has this chip in it. Say we've got Windows 11, 64-bit obviously, because they don't make it any other way. 25H2, that's us. And submit. And let's see, what do we have for drivers? Storage, network. Does this use the same Intel driver? Intel wireless, Intel Bluetooth. There's a proximity driver. Could it be this proximity driver? Notice the network card for Intel isn't here. Then it would be a chipset driver. That would be like this HID event filter. This could be a problem. Sensor hub, it could be any of these. There's the serial IO, there's the chipset. Now we don't have Thunderbolt, so that doesn't apply, but I just wonder, let me grab this because this has burned me before. What this has to do with the network card, I don't understand. I'm looking for the network card driver. So this should not make any difference logically. This should not be the driver we want. But it works. That exactly is the problem. And at HID, the human interface device, which is a keyboard or a mouse, anything where the human is able to talk to the computer, there's a human interface device. And that's what that was. So that doesn't answer where our Intel network adapter went. Why is it missing? What happens if I unplug the USB adapter? Let's see what happens. Refresh. Well, this is very unexpected. According to this, we don't have a LAN adapter at all. It's not there. So I wonder if the LAN adapter is a part of the serial I/O driver. I've never seen that before, but I'm trying to make sense of this. So since we know that this driver, or rather this, where was I? When I went to HP, why is it? Oh, I've unplugged from the internet, Carey. Hold on a second. What happens if I plug my Ethernet cable just in the back anyway? I'm going to watch this bottom right corner, which I'm sure my video is covering up. It's not going to do anything, right? Yeah, it's not doing anything. Did I somehow disable the network adapter when I was in the BIOS? Because I didn't save the BIOS. Let me go in the BIOS and see that it still sees we have an adapter. I am very confused right now. We're missing. Let me go into BIOS here. I missed it. Darn it. Give this a second to boot up, and then I'll try one more time. Okay. This just got interesting. By unplugging my, this is not plugged in anymore, but notice, well, you probably can't see because the camera's in the way. Look over here now. Now it says there's an adapter that wasn't there before. And the only difference was I unplugged this. So I might have been getting in my own way. How does that make any sense? Does the system somehow disable one adapter when another one's in use? Like it does with Wi-Fi, it'll disable the LAN when the Wi-Fi is in use, and when the LAN's not plugged in, the Wi-Fi option becomes available by default. Is something like that happening? Because let's take another look in the device manager. Isn't this interesting? Device manager. Network adapters. And there it is, right there. I've never seen that before in my entire career. This is the very first time in 35 years of doing this that by unplugging a USB network adapter, the other adapter became available. Does it work the other way around? You see how it says Intel Ethernet controller where I've highlighted? What happens if I unplug this cable, plug it back in the adapter, plug it back into the front of the machine? No, I'm sorry, I had it in the back. There's only one USB-C. Plug it back here, and okay, now they're both listed. Will this stick now? Let's reboot. See what happens. This blows my mind. And I'm so glad I have witnesses. Someone will say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Carey, you screwed up. Well, I wish you were there, because I'm telling you, I did it all the same way I always do everything, and it just isn't working. Which makes me wonder if the GMKtec drivers would have made any difference. since they wouldn't anticipate plugging in a USB adapter, and it shouldn't have made any, there's no limit. You can have 5 network cards all at the same time if you want. I don't know, maybe it's a bug in the BIOS. Let's see, let's go back to the device manager. See if we still have a network card driver from Intel. It's still there. Where'd it come from? And why wasn't it an error? Why was it not an error in the device manager? It just wasn't there. Oh, wait. Did you see that? It's gone now. Oh, we're on to some new information here. Has any other YouTube channel ever shown this before? Because I've never seen this before. By plugging in the Realtek USB controller to by doing that, it disables the Intel controller. But what's weird is normally when a controller is disabled, it'll still be in the device manager and it'll have like a red X on it or something. So now my next question is, if I unplug this adapter, okay, does the Intel one come back on its own without a reboot if I'm patient? Will it suddenly reappear? Let's force a refresh. Nothing. Okay, let me plug the cable in anyway and see if that makes any difference. Weird. Let's leave the cable unplugged and reboot. See if the Intel driver comes back in the device manager, or if it only happens because the cable's plugged in at the time. And will it do this with other network USB adapters? Let me grab a different one. This one's type A. Oh boy, we just found something new. What an interesting little bug. That's clearly a bug. We may be the only people to know about it. Let's see. Device manager. Network adapters. Did Intel come back? It did come back with nothing plugged into it. Okay, so let me grab my Ethernet adapter now. It's a different make and model into USB-A. Plug that in. Let's see. Look, the Intel adapter went away. Those are both 2.5 gig adapters. Let's try a 1 gig. Does it have something to do with the 2.5 gig? I've got another one in here. Hold on. Where is my 1 gig? I got a drawer full of these things. And because I don't use the 1 gig ones very often, I think they've slid further back in the drawer. What is this? I didn't write what this is. And this one is the one we were using. Where's the rest of them? They used to be in here. Did I move them? No. Did I put them in the wrong drawer? Sometimes I do that. No. Where's my standard 1 gig? All I have are 2.5s. What happened to my 1 gigs? Supposed to be in here. Well, they're definitely not in here for some reason, and I don't know why. Okay, but at least I'm able to recreate things, and that's the key here, is we're able to recreate to identify the source. But for some reason, these two adapters are exactly the same, and I don't know why it's... I have 2 of the same adapter and 2 missing adapters. So let me check. I have a stash of these little adapters, because I must have moved them for some reason, and I can't remember doing it or why I would have done it. So bear with me for 1 second, because I just want to know if it's the 2.5 gig
issue, and if a 1 gig adapter will do the same. Let's see, come over here to my stash. They're not here. You know, I sit there and tell you I have OCD and then I can't find something, which is the opposite of having OCD. I'm so disappointed. Oh, here they are. Well, here's something anyway. These are probably all 2.5 gig adapters. They are. Darn it. Where's my... What did I do with my 1 gig adapters? They were all in that drawer for this very reason. And if I go on Amazon and buy a couple more for $10 a piece, then I'll find the ones that I had, and I'll have duplicates again. Now, how do you think I got the duplicates to begin with? I needed it. I couldn't spend any more time finding it. I just ordered it, got it the next day from Amazon, and then I found it sometime afterwards, and now I have 2 of the same one. And the ones I'm looking for, I can't find. Darn it. I got a memory card reader. I got a 5 gig Ethernet adapter. What is this? This is HDMI. This is DisplayPort. They're supposed to be in here. All right. Well, you know what? I'll find them after the show. Regardless, it's kind of a moot point at this. I'm trying to figure out why. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if I were to do this all over again, which drivers do I need? I need the chipset drivers. I'm going to get everything else from Windows Update, but the chipset and the serial I/O. I think that's it. I don't know that we need the Intel drivers because I never saw them load the Intel drivers for the network card. I mean, for the i226V. So where did that driver come from? I don't know. I don't know where it came from. Now, we could have avoided this little discovery process, and we would forever live in ignorant bliss if the GMK, if they hosted their own drivers. But because they're using a free drive service like Google Drive, there's a limit to how much bandwidth you get per day. And we just happened to pick a day where that usage was already consumed today. And maybe we should be grateful for that, because if we just downloaded that, we'd be none the wiser. It would have worked, I'm sure, without any problems. But maybe we still would have been in the same situation until I unplugged this. Maybe we still would have been in the same scenario. So now I'm going to plug this back over here, and it just doesn't work. And I'm just fascinated by that. It is so weird. Wait a minute. This was in the top drawer. This is a 1 gig Ethernet adapter. Let's try something. Let me unplug this again. This is one of what I was looking for. I should have another one. Let's reboot this. Can't see the screen with me in my own way. This is the 2.5 gig. Let me put that one away. Done with that. So I have the 1 gig adapter here. I'll plug my Ethernet cable into it. So this 1 gig adapter is USB Type-C, but I should have another one that's USB Type-A. And I'm wondering if it's just further back in this other drawer. These things, the stuff in these drawers slides around. It shouldn't make a difference if it's USB Type-C or Type-A. Okay, so let's take a look in the device manager again and see if the Intel adapter is there. It isn't there.
Refresh. Let me plug our USB 1 gig adapter in. Okay, now that's a different adapter, as you can see. ASICS makes this, I guess. Go back online. It's negotiating, it's not back online yet. Now that is negotiating for a very long time. There it goes. Finally, it's okay. So now I'm going to unplug this adapter, and it should go away from the device manager. And the Intel just doesn't come back. I'm going to plug the cable into the Intel adapter. Not only is it not coming back, it's not even telling us something's wrong with it or that it's disabled or not running. It's just nothing. So is that an incompatible driver? Do we have to use GMKtec drivers? Is that the problem? And that the generic driver from Intel or from Windows Update has this weird bug? Is it the BIOS that has a bug in it? I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. But let's restart it one more time, leaving all of the USB adapters out, and see if the network card shows up again. The computer should not get to decide whether or not to hide hardware from us, only whether or not we choose to use it. It should not remove it from the menu. That is the part of it that's got me thrown. That's not normal behavior. And is that a problem with the Mini? Do we need to send it back? Is there something wrong with it? I have to assume it may be just driver related. And I won't know until I grab the GMKtec drivers. But if it works now, I guess it doesn't matter as long as it works. There it is. God, that's weird. Okay, so situations like this, you have no idea how grateful I am that I have witnesses to this weirdness. There is something strange going on here. And I don't know if it's hardware or software. I would need the GMKtec drivers to see if the behavior stays the same. If it is, it could be a bug from GMKtec's BIOS that they just don't know about yet. Now, I haven't asked. Maybe just because I don't know doesn't mean other people haven't already reinvented the wheel. My Intel i226V network controller driver vanishes when I plug in a USB network interface adapter. And then when I unplug the USB interface adapter, the Intel driver remains missing, as does the device in the device manager goes missing. And only after a reboot with the cable plugged into it does the Intel i226V finally appear in my device manager and work. Why?
Sounds like a driver conflict or Windows getting confused about network hardware enumeration. When you plug in the USB adapter, it triggers some kind of reset or detection issue with the onboard i226V. Then the driver doesn't reload properly without a full reboot that sees the cable already plugged in. This happens sometimes with Intel's Ethernet chips, especially on mini PCs where the driver support is spotty. Try these quick things. In Device Manager, show hidden devices and look for any ghosted i226 or Intel tile entries. Uninstall them. Disable power management on both adapters. Uncheck Allow the computer to turn off this device to save power. Use the full Intel Ethernet Complete Driver Pack, version 31.2 or newer, and do a clean install. If it keeps happening, your best fix is probably just sticking with a good USB Ethernet adapter permanently. The onboard one's been flaky on these systems for a lot of people.
Apparently, I'm not the first to discover this, but I might be the first to showcase it on a YouTube video, and I have to search to verify that. It's new to me. Okay, so that's a good point. Viewing hidden items in the device manager. I didn't think of that. Also, now that it sees the card in the device manager, remember when we were running the installer, let me come back over here, for the driver from Intel, it said there was nothing found to load the driver for. Well, now it can find it, right? Because it's there. So if I go and try this again, because I don't know how old this is. What version of the driver is this? This is from 2025, September of 2025. And I can't help but think the driver from Intel might be newer. So there's our wired driver. This is 31.1. This is 31.2. Here, 31.2. So that's everything that doesn't have what I'm looking for. 31.1 was what we downloaded previously, and this told us we didn't have compatible hardware. Will it still tell us that? No, now it worked. Holy cow, that worked this time. Wow, is that funky? So let's back in the device manager. Let's take a look again under the network adapters. Take a look at this driver version now. Now it's still from September of 2025, but it says it's version 2157. What was it before? 2147 or something? Still pretty old. And again, if I take my Ethernet adapter, my USB Ethernet adapter, and just plug it in here, is that still going to disappear? It didn't disappear. Okay, wait a minute. What if I unplug the Ethernet cable and plug it into my USB adapter? It's negotiating. That's working. Unplug the USB adapter. Does the Intel driver stay? Plug it back in. Does the Intel driver stay? Huh, I think it was just an outdated driver. It's working like it should now. But what it was mentioning, going to view hidden devices, we'd want to look for ghosted entries like these. That might be the actual Intel driver when it's missing. Uninstall it and let it redetect under the idea that you'll get a new driver. This effectively did the same thing, and that does seem to have fixed it. So we would have avoided all of this by getting the drivers from GMKtec, because getting older drivers this is what the new drivers will fix, things like this that maybe did not happen versions ago of Windows 11 prior to some updates, and those updates affected it, and then they have to update the driver to then respond. So it's always a cat and mouse catch-up game. Okay. So the point, let's go full screen here. The point of today's video was supposed to be an evaluation of the mini PC, but what we ended up with was a lesson that you don't have to require drivers from the manufacturer. There are other manufacturers making similar or equivalent things, including the actual manufacturer of the chip itself, the sound chip, the video chip, the network card chip. They're not made by B-Link or Minisforum. They don't make their own. They're all buying from the same pile of options, and whoever makes those piles also have drivers, except MediaTek won't offer them to consumers, but Realtek and Intel do. So that's one of the things I love about Intel. AMD does not make a network card driver, as far as I know, so you don't have to worry about it with AMD. AMD will use Intel or Realtek or MediaTek, generally speaking. There's maybe some others out there, but those are your three big ones. And the MediaTek driver, you have to go to the manufacturer and get it. So what started out as a review turned into a how-to to put those drivers in using your own human brain. And having technology guide you can be very helpful It might clear up some things or offer some different perspectives, or it could be wrong and make things worse. That's where your human brain has to, do your own correction as needed. And, it's like driving with a GPS and it says to turn right off of a bridge. You're driving. It's safe to assume it wants you to turn right after the bridge. Don't take it so literally. Don't negate human judgment. Do not think that what the computer's telling you is necessarily 100% true when what you see with your own eyes doesn't match. Always believe your eyes first. With that being said, it's difficult for me to decide how I want to review this. So why don't you tell me? Would this be something you would buy? Is there some reason you wouldn't buy it? Because this could happen to any manufacturer. They could have a server go down, or if many of the small manufacturers, they're all using services like Microsoft's OneDrive and Google's G Drive or Google Drive. But a lot of manufacturers also offer the same download in both places. So if one place doesn't work, you can get it somewhere else. GMKtec's not providing it themselves, and they're not providing an alternate source. That means you email them, and when you wait for a response, it's quite likely possible that that refresh of the leaching number gets reset before you get a response, and it negates any help. On the other hand, if it doesn't, it's no harm in asking and then see which one comes first. Or take control of it yourself and solve it yourself. You don't need any help from these manufacturers, but it sure is convenient when it's there. When you're buying a more expensive computer, especially from a big name brand like Dell, HP, Lenovo, they have a lot more time and money and resources to pile into the support side of things. And you're paying for that. It's just that that cost is being divided by millions of customers, so it only makes a difference of maybe $1 or less. These smaller manufacturers, they would have to charge you significantly more because they're not selling that number of units. So that added cost gets passed on to you in a more noticeable way, which may deter from why you were interested in it. I was interested in it because it was inexpensive compared to Dell, HP, and Lenovo. But on the other hand, with Dell and HP and Lenovo, you would never run into this situation unless the computer's really, really old, like 10 plus years old. Then something like this could happen. And even then, they usually archive their drivers anyway. But for something brand new to be so limited with only one option is about the only negative I can find on this. Now, we have not run Cinebench on this yet, so we don't know what kind of temps we're going to get out of it. And we were out of time an hour ago. So I'm going to wrap it up here for today, and we'll follow up on a part 2 to do the crystal disk mark check, and then we'll do the Cinebench check. In fact, I can run those tonight and just save the results and then come back and kind of do an overview. And between now and part 2, I'll go online periodically and see if I can download that driver pack from GMKtec, and then I'll just save it because I collect those anyway for the video reviews. I save the benchmark results like Cinebench. I'll save the device manager results with regards to who makes the wireless and wired network cards. And I save the driver packs. And that way, if I ever need it, it's under a folder called GMKtec followed by the model. So there's no duplication from one GMKtec to another or to a different manufacturer. There's separate folders. So long as I have the storage, I might as well just hold on to them. And then if we end up selling the machine, I'll delete the folder. Eventually, I'll realize I don't have that machine anymore. I'll get rid of it. It's not my job to replace GMKtec. It's not my job to provide their customers with the drivers I've got. But if any of you want them and you want to know if I have them, feel free to ask. I'll do it for you. But for the general public, that's not my job. If GMKtec wants to pay me, talk. But otherwise, that's on GMKtec. That's where you have to decide how important is support for you versus how much is the price. How important is it for you to save a few dollars? For me, no big deal. For you, could be a very big deal. So what do you think? Do you think that's something you would buy, or do you think it's something you would avoid? And if so, in either case, why? I'm curious on your thoughts. Glenn's Music said, I'm worn out from all that. Oh, that was no big deal. What are you talking about? It must mean your brain's out of shape. That means you need more of this. If you're worn out from just that, you're out of shape. Andy said it's a worthy mini, but in my opinion, it's not a great deal, especially compared to others reviewed during our mini palooza. Johnny Welch said, not buy, void completely. Glenn's Music said, I don't think my brain has ever been in shape. Well, okay. I hadn't considered that. David Martinez says hello in our chat room. Could be a bug in the UEFI, says digit 088. Yeah, I'm thinking it's BIOS related too. We didn't see a new BIOS on this, did we? Let me see in the downloads area. Pretty sure. Let me just double check. GMKtec drivers. We'll look back under the 2 Pro S videos downloads. So downloads only has driver and OS. That's it. It doesn't offer any BIOS updates. And service@gmktec.com is who you would email if you find yourself in this position. And they could have another location for the driver to download from, like Microsoft OneDrive, that they only send an email, so that way that also doesn't get leached out. And then you'll be right back to square one again. I just want to try downloading this one more time. Yeah. It may take up to 24 hours to be able to view or download. Okay, I would try again after midnight, just to have it. I could also make my own drivers. I can use my Uncle Carey's Windows 11 optimizer and just hit the backup drivers button now that we've got all the right ones. I think we have the right ones. It appears to be working like it's supposed to. And I want to remind you, the price on this from GMKtec, bare bones, keep this in mind when I ask you if you buy it. Because if you buy it bare bones, it's $279.99. Let's just round it to $280. $280 if you put your own RAM and storage in it. Of course, you'll have to put your operating system in it, which takes you back to the driver's area, but now you know. So it should be super easy for you. I've done all the work. And by the time you buy it and it arrives, that leaching will be reset back to 0 between now and then. So you have plenty of opportunity to get the driver ahead of time, the driver package. But yeah, if you add 16 gigs of RAM to this with a 512 gig storage, the price goes to $459.99 on GMKtec's website, a little bit cheaper than Amazon. And then there's an option with 32 gigs of RAM and 1 terabyte of storage. That brings the price to $579.99, a full $300 more than bare bones. Is that worth it for 32 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte mediocre SSD? I'm guessing it's mediocre. If it's made by AirDisk, it'll be okay. But it won't be super fast. On the other hand, there's no fan on the bottom of it to cool anything super fast. So you probably want to avoid that anyway, or you could have heat issues without any air movement down there. Overall, I don't think I would sell this to a customer, only because it's an i7, and that fan, hearing it ramp up, is happening quite a bit more often, And well, I don't think it's that loud. My customers aren't used to that, and they would think maybe something's wrong, because all the other mini computers are all i5s, and they don't, when they ramp up, they don't ramp up that often. So that's a problem when you put a hotter chip into a smaller package. And you might be okay with it. Again, I don't think it's too loud, but my customers, it would not surprise me that they notice that that one's more audible than the others, but it's an i7 instead of an i5. And the i5s, ironically, they're in bigger cases, which offer better cooling. The case itself is kind of its own issue. Digit says I'd buy one of these for myself, but I couldn't recommend this to others since GMKtec apparently doesn't focus on system integration for these products. Well, that's how you get to the price, though. Now, whether or not this runs, like when I put my hand on it, it's warm, because Andy's mentioning this runs hot. I don't know that it's running hot. I'd have to actually see what the temps are, and that'll require Cinebench, which, again, I don't have time to do today. We'll follow this up in a part 2. In between now and then, I'll grab that driver pack. I'm sure it's just bad timing. No major company like Dell or HP or Intel would humiliate themselves like that. Only the Asian culture sees that as not humiliating. They just consider that business as usual. Here in America and throughout Europe, we consider that to be embarrassing, that a company cannot provide its own servers. It's a telltale sign that you're dealing with a wannabe. That's what wannabes do. They want to be a big company. They want to appear to be a big company. But when you actually get below the surface and you realize how much is stuck together with glue and duct tape, you realize it's all a facade. It doesn't mean the products aren't good. It doesn't mean the people aren't great people, or that their support won't be great support. But your ability to help yourself is much, much more consistent with the bigger manufacturers. And the price is much more consistent in that it's going to cost you more with the bigger manufacturers. If you want to save money, what are you willing to sacrifice? Do you think you're going to get all the same service and support from a big manufacturer at half the price by buying from a small manufacturer? You're fooling yourself. Set your expectations so you won't be disappointed. Or if you are disappointed, it'll be in yourself for making such a bad decision. On the other hand, if you're technically savvy and none of this bothers you, pat yourself on the back for being so smart that you didn't have to spend all the money the sheep do when the sheep shop at HP and Dell and Lenovo. Okay? It's ultimately your decision, and it's your consequence, and it's your fault. Okay? However, by us exposing this here, you now have information you didn't have, so you'll be better equipped to handle it. And the cat is telling me it's time to wrap it up. I hear you. Hello. What's going on? Meow? If I pick you up, are you going to get all pissed off? Oh no, don't touch me. I see. That's what she's telling me, don't touch me. I'm going to walk right up and talk to you, but if you so much as reach out a hand, I'm out of here. You should act more like a dog. Don't talk back. All right, guys, I think that's going to wrap it up. Andy says further testing would be nice. Well, again, I'll do the testing and I'll share the results with you. We will do a follow-up on this. And what I would like to do is I would like to reset the computer, reinstall Windows 11 again, and use their drivers. So what I would do is download the drivers while the machine's working, put them on a flash drive, wipe the machine out, reinstall Windows 11, and put the flash drive with the drivers back in, install the drivers that way, and of course Windows updates, and see if everything goes smooth. Just so we have an idea of what to expect. Ideally, that's what we would have done today if we could, but because of GMKtec's support solution being free, it's limited with how many times it can be used per day from anybody anywhere in the world. And it's called a leech limit. It's just leeching. Once you've reached the leech limit, Google says that's it for free. You need to pay us, and GMKtec won't pay them. If GMKtec did pay them, they'd have to charge more for the computer, and then you wouldn't buy it because it'd be too much money. You're screwed if you do, you're screwed if you don't. So all we can do is give you an expectation, a very reasonable expectation of what to expect at a certain price point. And if you're okay with it, good, buy it. If you're not okay with it, don't buy it. But what we don't want is for you to be surprised, the way I just was. I'll take the hit for you. I'll go first. I'll clear the path so that you can walk through, and the path has already been designed for you. That's what I do. Jim Kenny said, Sable is directing. Glenn's Music says, thanks for the brain drain. Least I can do. Thanks for hanging out with us. Good to see you again. The human scythe. Yeah, exactly. Scythe? Scythe? I don't know how to pronounce that word. I'm not Russian. Sickle. All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up. Thank you again for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your Friday and a great weekend. Monday will be June, right? So I guess we'll be back here Sunday, I think is the last day of, isn't it 31 days? Yeah, Sunday is the last day of May. So if you don't have any other plans, come on over. We'll be here Sunday at 1 o'clock. We have another AOO star, and we have that other Cube. Oh, we have the Glorlin, which is related to Gatorly. So they share the same website. Glorly. Gatorly? Glorly? Glorlin and Gatorly become Glorly. Anyway, so Gatorlin, wait, I did it again. Gatorly and Glorlin share the same website. And if you go to the site, it'll say both names at the top. So I ordered a machine, very aggressively priced, looks like a really good deal on Amazon, using the funds that come from memberships and contributions. And I think we're going to look at that one on Sunday, and then we'll save the other AOO star and the Cube for next week. After that, we don't have any other new machines to review. At that point, we'll start following up all the part 2s we're behind on. And hopefully with all that, that'll buy us some time to get some more things in. If there's a mini PC you want us to review and it's around $500, let us know. If it's a little bit more, maybe we can pull it off, but if it's, several hundred, we don't have the budget for it. We could also, I could have Mara reach out to the manufacturer and see if they'll mail us one for review. Though lately, a lot of manufacturers have money's just as tight for them as it is for you and I, and they simply can't afford it. So we'll see. It doesn't hurt to ask. The worst they could say is no. But we appreciate you guys reaching out with ideas. And our email address, if you want to reach us, please use email for this at showcasecreate@gmail.com, and include any links also as descriptive as you can be by showing the actual link. If you have any problems, like you're trying to figure out a driver and you're like, I don't know how you figured it out, can you help me? Just reach out and ask. We're happy to help. That's going to wrap it up for me for today. Thank you, as always, to all of our members. Shout out to our friend Buster. A shout out to Mara, our channel administrator, who designs our thumbnails, gets all the video descriptions done, all the proper links, and she's the one that gets all those emails and handles them so I can focus on doing this side of the camera work. Andy says, is Sunday another mini palooza? It will be this Sunday, along with next Friday and next Sunday. And then it'll be part 2s following those, and then we're out of everything. We're just out. So we'll figure out something, or something will show up between now and then. We'll see which happens. Flying by the seat of my pants here. I have no idea. That's what happens when you don't have corporation controlling and paying for everything. Because I'm sure that they would have me scripted to tell you certain things and to promote products I would never buy. But we'd have a set schedule that would be decided by someone in marketing. We don't have that here. So please keep that in mind when I tell you I don't have anything. Currently, we don't have anything that's subject to change. If it doesn't change, the show will still go on. I just don't know what we're going to talk about. I usually come up with something. Or you guys. Sometimes you guys are in the mood to talk. Either way, the show will happen. But we're still weeks away from that, so nothing I need to worry about yet. All right. Well, thank you again for watching. We'll look forward to seeing you here on Sunday. And until then, bye for now.